Anybody awake? Anybody alive? Anybody good? Alrighty then. Coffee on the go. We are good to go. Who's going to win? Jack? Dodger? It's a stalemate. Kill streak. Now Jack's cheating. He turns up with a bow. Turns up with a bow. Shocking performance. Yep. How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning. Good morning, good morning. Turn Dizzy down a little bit. So, a new build to have a little bit of a poke around with. New build, yes, yes. I also plan on making another hunter today. No, and I've done it wrong, haven't I? Whoops. I will do that later then. Well, I want to do, I want to, wow, I want to be able to talk. Oh my God. What I want to do first thing is play catch up. I got nothing done yesterday. For a Wednesday, everything that could possibly have gone wrong went wrong yesterday, which means I didn't even turn my computer on for the most part yesterday, which was a real shame. So I'm playing catch up. We've had a new build. Apparently the build was delayed anyway, so maybe it wouldn't have been too problematic. But time to find some details on it. Time to investigate. I need to play catch up. I'm quite sure there's a few changes ahead that we need to pay attention to. Let's close out some of these. Where's my MMO champion thread? That's the one I want most today. No, 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 no. Was it Pellets Day again? No. Well, when I say we, I mean Mrs. Manthius had planned on taking the afternoon to go see some friends, and then decided that I must attend. So that took me out of action from about 2 o'clock yesterday. Yesterday morning, I was like, right, okay, well, I haven't really got time to do a full stream, so I'll just get some work done. The servers were down, and and then I broke the toilet. I was doing as one does, and I stretched, and then I just heard a crack, and then lots of water started running onto the floor, and I was like, oh shit, what have I done here then? Luckily, it was just one of the bolts that holds the water tank onto the toilet. Like, why do they make these bolts made of metal? Because they rust, and one just went pop, and then it was causing a flood, so I just had to change a bolt. It was easy. 20-minute job after, of course, I'd been to the hardware store to buy the bolt. But, yeah, if it could have gone wrong yesterday, it did. Far too much fibre in the food, definitely. Yeah. Stick to prunes. Prunes from now on. That's all we're going to be eating. Yeah, we're going to roll a hunter just for a change. That's the plan. But right, where's the changes? Where's the good stuff? Where's everything I need to know? Let's, sorry, music. You're still too loud. Meant to be in the background. Season of Discovery changes. What to do before the War Within pre-expansion patch goes live. I was thinking about this, you know, from a Goblin perspective, and I can't really find a lot that matters. From a Goblin perspective, I mean, you just probably want to, you know, dot your I's and cross your T's at this point. You just kind of, not anything really serious. I suspect it might be wise this weekend to get rid of any materials that you've got lying about that you don't see there being any use for in the new expansion, which kind of most of them, really. I can't imagine that there's too much, really. It's difficult for me to put something like that together because I've not played retail for like 2 months now. Obviously, we had Remix that turned up, And then Remix just completely distracted me from retail. I think I played Season 4 for about a week, and then that was it. So I can't even remember what's going on, if I'm honest, in retail. Yeah, you can run around, you can get some of the mounts, you can get your PvP stuff finished, that sort of stuff, you can get your season signed off, that's all basic things. Classic era patch updates, not bothered. Beta development notes, here we go. This is the official blue post. What I want is MMO's deep dive into it, really. Death Knight changes, Demon Hunter changes, Druid changes. I've seen through the grapevine there's some quite significant tank changes. If you main a tank, this week might be a good week to have a little poke about and see what's going on. Bit of the usual discourse. Some people crying about the changes. Admittedly, it seems very late in the day to make significant changes to a role like a tank. You know, people will have to deal with it. Class changes, class changes, class changes. PvP changes? Demon Hunter tanks are still fun, in my opinion. Yeah, like, I think to highlight one word you use there, fun. As long as the fun still exists, it's all good. More PvP changes. Wow, that was it. Okay. Sure. Here we go. Here's the stuff I'm actually looking for. Here's the new stuff. Here are the new items added in this build. Let's open this one as well so we can see all of the new items. New items turning up in just this build. We have Cache of Earthen Treasures, Hero Equipment Loot for your spec, Champion Equipment for your spec, presumably going to be attached to like the weekly do 5 Mythic Dungeon quests or something like that. A pile of unidentified meat. Pile of meat left over from a creature you skinned. It could be from the creature itself. It could be something it ate. Only one way to find out. Right click to open it. Oh, so that's like the stomachs again, isn't it? For skinning. I did think that skinning was going to undergo some changes, because getting grey items all the way up to like 90 skill points was very odd. Troll torches. What's this? This is for hidden items and inflicting nearby enemies with holy damage. Sure. Obtained from a bountiful coffer in a bountiful delve. Bring to the world soul memory to experience the radiant memories of Azeroth. Junk buckets. Why you're not losing weight? Thanks for that. Machine Warden's cog. Cosmetic item. Junk bucket. Crafting reagent. Crafting reagent? Okay. Oh, that was it. There was like 5 items added in this build. Was this a tiddly little build then? Was there not much to this? Splash screen. Some new maps. They added to the maps this time. Maps don't look new. Is that any different? Any different? Maybe they've made some slight tweaks to them. Look any different? Some changes to delves. Oh, these are achievement changes. Maybe that's what it was. Just some tuning on delves this week. Green tools no longer require acuity. Oh, well, that's a good change if that's the case. I was very quickly coming to the conclusion that players will just skip over the green ones. Yeah, I was a little bit concerned that the green ones would be dead on arrival, because 50 artisans acuity, while it doesn't sound like a lot, the green ones should be readily available and thrown up on the auction house. If they make it so that they're still difficult to master and difficult to make at rank 5, then there'll still be a market for them selling the BOE versions on the auction house. and it'll still be worthwhile people speccing into them. But if they were to use 50 Artisan's acuity every time, it's like, no, I'll just wait until I get my blue ones, honestly. Reach maximum reputation. I've not maxed my renown with any of the factions on the beta, which I probably should have done, but it requires lots of rare grinding, lots of end game level 80 stuff, which I haven't done much of. Spell changes for a bunch of classes by the looks of things. Death Knights have clearly had some significant changes. Demon Hunters appear to have had some pretty significant changes. Druids as well. In fact, everybody's had a bit of a tweak, a bit of a tune. Mages, monks. Good old paladins. Yeah. Class changes. Lots of class changes. We get it. Item effects. These often sneak in some changes. Font changed. Okay. Transcribe a Khazar Darkmoon card has a 5% chance to create another. Requires Khazar Inscription 1. Well, that hasn't changed then. Engineering bag increases the yield of piles of rusted scrap from most sources. Not really changes. These are just like font changes and stuff for the most part. Increases multi-craft rating by 30 when crafting drums for the leatherworking bag. That's such a cop-out, that one. The leatherworking bag. Poor leatherworkers, their crafting bag is like a bit of multi-craft when you craft drums and drums only. Like, oh, okay. Well, what if you don't bother crafting drums? Ever-burning ignition grants an additional 5% ingenuity, resourcefulness, and multi-craft. That's going to be cool, but not something you're going to care about, because blacksmiths aren't going to use ever-burning ignition straight away. Or at least a blacksmith that knows what they're doing isn't going to be using ever-burning ignition straight away. Increases the maximum yield of crushed gemstones from crushing by 1. Jewel crafting bag. The amount of resourcefulness, ingenuity, and multi-craft provided by Shatter Essence is increased by 3. It's the same mechanic for for blacksmiths as it is for enchanters. Buff. Yeah, these are tiddly little changes. Nothing much going on with these. Wait, hang on. Vial of True Sight. Drink to increase your perception by 0. Just get rid of the increase your perception then. Don't change the number down to 0. Just get rid of it if it's not going to change your perception. Allow you to see camouflaged mining and herb nodes. That's going to be mandatory vial for herb miners though. Druids are going to keep a stack of those on them at all times. Worth noting that down, otherwise that's the kind of thing I forget. Herb. Oh, I'll add that in later. Okay, here we go. Yeah, they've taken the Artisan's acuity off, at least off all of the blacksmithing ones. Have they done it on all of them? Enchanting's seen some changes, apparently. Font changes. So rip Artisan's acuity on green tools, which I think overall I can live with. Font changes, font changes. Artisan acuity taken off everything. They've added an emerald on the jewel crafting one. Changed name from Darkmoon Sigil Ascension to Darkmoon Sigil Evolve. Okay. Requires Darkmoon Dex Symbiosis. Wait, hang on. They've removed the need... What? What are they doing with the Darkmoon Dex? Is it that they've just changed the name of the decks? I can't figure out what the change is there. Other than it appears like they've removed the need to use the deck to make the sigil. I thought that was kind of the whole point. I thought that was the whole point, that people collect and build the deck themselves and then they give it to a scribe. So a scribe can then turn it into an optional reagent that they can then go and use on a piece of gear. What have they done with that? That's high on the list to go and investigate. Darkmoon cards. We'll go and look at Darkmoon cards. Milling is being reduced to crush only 5 herbs instead. Good. Good. Milling was leveling Inscription was using an outrageous number of herbs, and that will instantly cut it in half, assuming that they've kept the mill rates the same. Darkmoon cards, test, Inscription, leveling. That might have changed. These are all tools. These are all tools. They've added writhing sample to the tools for tailoring. If they've added materials to the tailoring ones, I wonder if they've done anything else. Okay. Yeah, I wish I knew more about tanks to understand why people are hell-bent about the new tank changes. Weirdly, it doesn't seem to be tanks themselves that are that bothered. It seems to be healers, which is odd. They've made tank changes and now healers are pissed. I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm sure there's a problem there somewhere, but... Crafting order failed account items. You cannot use reagents from the war band bank in a crafting order. Is that for when... Is that going to be for when placing the order or when fulfilling the order? Because placing the order, I guess it means you would need the items on hand. You would need to go get them from the warband bank first. Or is that when filling one that you're going to also need them on hand? I don't know, okay. An interesting one. Tanks are less self-sustainable. Healers are upset because they already have way too much to heal due to hard tuning. Healers have to heal. Okay. Healers never have a healers never. Healers always have to take the brunt of this shit, though. You put yourself in that position by being the one that is, by design, there to keep everybody else alive. Healers, to my understanding, have frequently been given many other jobs to also do, though, which realistically should be done by DPS. So maybe healers just need to pass off a lot of the other tasks to the DPS, and if the group DPS dips because of it, then, well, everybody needs more gear. I don't know. The issues at Mythic Plus and the raids have been pretty spiky in damage. Every class has too many defensives, and so Blizzard has had to design encounters that assume everybody is using their defensives perfectly. Changes mean Blizzard can tune down the burst damage in encounters. Yeah, that's always a challenge. Yeah, they were under quite a lot of criticism recently, weren't they? That everybody has too many defensive buttons these days. And now that they have too many defensive buttons, then they're incentivized to make the encounters harder. But it's, I don't know. I for a long time have thought that Mythic difficulty is too hard in the first place. I think they could really do themselves a massive favor with all of this and just like slice an entire difficulty level off the game. Because it has knock-on effects, right? If you find that your MDI and your Race to World First guilds are complaining that top-end Mythic Plus or the top-end raid is too difficult, then that opinion gets passed down to everybody, regardless on whether they're doing that content or not, and it creates a lot of unnecessary noise. Just slice an entire difficulty off the top. It doesn't need to be that difficult. If the real sweaty people complete the game in a week, then so be it. Not everybody is running through Mythic. Not everybody is running through high keys like instantly. I really wish Blizzard would just take a step back and be like, you know what? We don't need this game to be so ridiculously difficult anymore. And that kind of mentality would fit in line with their new sort of ecosystem that they're slowly building, right? They kind of want people to be able to bounce between retail and classic and Season of Discovery or whatever sort of like a bonus mode is available at the time, Remix or Plunderstorm. They want people to bounce around these different things, so you can quite easily take a step back and not make the top end of the game so like ridiculously difficult. And if they did that, then there'd be far less discourse about it being too difficult. It's a lot harder. It's a lot harder to complain about something being too easy. That's basically my point here, right? If somebody turns around and says, "Oh, this content's too easy," then people are just like, "Shut up, go away." But when you see top tier players complaining something is too difficult, then everybody else jumps on that bandwagon and is like, "Oh, the game's too difficult." And bad habits flow down, right? We see this. We see, like, even in like normal dungeons, you'll see people trying to do MDI pack skips and stuff, and this is what happens. Like, these habits and these mentalities get passed down. So make it a little bit easier at the top end, and it'll be fine. Just stick to crafting and delves anyway. Oh yeah, I mean that's my approach either way. This is why I don't really comment on this sort of stuff too much, because I don't have a stake in it from the word go. You know, I don't really do much top tier end game content. So, do you think that the profession shuffling is needed for alchemy and tailoring transmute alts? The Artisan's acuity shuffle, which for reference is, in its simplest form, picking two professions, flying around, picking up all their treasures to harvest a bunch of Artisan's acuity before dropping those professions and picking up two more and doing it again until you have slowly cycled through all of the professions and all of the treasures and amassed probably 1,300-ish Artisan's acuity. Is without doubt useful for anybody and everybody to do. This is why I kind of... My only suggestion to this is that they remove the Artisan's acuity gain from the treasures. They still give you spec points, but they don't get... Like, this is... because it's a huge amount of Artisan's acuity that's available to players. It becomes kind of mandatory because every profession could do with about 2,000 Artisan's acuity. You need 900 for your first 3 tools, 300-ish each. You then need about another 900 for the knowledge point gain stuff. Now, some of that gets refunded when you use the books. Napkin math here. Plus, you're going to need some Artisan's acuity for your random recipes that you might need to go out and pick up for your profession. It's about 2,000 Artisan's acuity per profession. Now, if you on one character can run around and pick up 1,300-ish on day 1 of the expansion, you absolutely should do it. That's the problem. You absolutely should do it. But it puts people in a weird... So it puts some people, and I am one of those some people, it puts some people in a sticky situation because it requires you to drop and pick up professions frequently to do this, which has the knock-on effect of that any progress you've ever made with that profession ever, you have to sacrifice for a very short-term gain. But at the same time, somebody like myself who has played with the professions for many years, for many expansions, wants to be quite competitive when a new expansion launches. And it's being stuck between a rock and a hard place for me. I'm not particularly overall a fan of it, to be fair. Feels exploity. Well, it's not though. It's not. It's unfortunately, it's just how the system works. Is that when you gain knowledge, when you gain a knowledge point, you gain 5 Artisan's acuity. That's just the system. And so obviously, if you can gain knowledge points quickly and easily on professions you don't care about, you still get the Artisan's acuity because it's a generic currency. It's just clever use of game mechanics, but it does kind of feel like it's stupid. Didn't they fix the shuffle in Dragonflight? Well, it was slightly different in Dragonflight because in Dragonflight you had to be skilled 25 in the profession before you could use the treasures. That's another thing that they could do. They could make it so you have to be 25 in the profession to use the treasures, but I shit you not, it's still going to be worthwhile to level the profession to 25 and then go pick up the treasures, because that Artisan's acuity is going to be so useful to you at the beginning of the expansion. It's going to give you access to your your blue tools, like soon as there's a crafter out there able to make them for you, which will be day 1 in most cases. Yeah, it just feels a bit off that players are going to be able to do it. The way they fixed the shuffle in Dragonflight is people weren't so focused on the treasures in Dragonflight because of that level 25 requirement, but what people were doing is they were leveling their professions up and harvesting first-time craft bonuses for basically the same reason. They fixed that by making most of the low-tier recipes only give 1 knowledge point and 1 Artisan's acuity. But it was still a bit, we can't use Dragonflight's launch as an example of how things should be done, because there were still very many things broken then. So simple fix would be to put a 10 weekly treasure limit. No, I don't like limits. Limits feel also weird and wrong. I think the best solution is very simple. They just don't make it so the knowledge points give Artisan security. They're meant to be profession-specific treasures that you can go out and find to boost your profession. Doing that to then only drop the profession to maintain half the advantage is not intended. It's not an exploit. It's exactly how the system was designed, but it's not intended, which is an interesting twist. I've had requests to fly around and pick them all up and time how long it takes and stuff. But as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't matter. However long it takes you to do it, you do it, because it's worth probably 4 weeks worth of progress. Probably even more, because your main source for Artisan security is patron orders, NPC orders. And you aren't gonna A, get many of those, or B, be able to fill many of those in the first few weeks of the expansion. It's only when you've like fully set up your profession and can like basically fill all of them without even thinking that you'll start to get this permanently speedy supply of Artisan security. And they've thought about that as well, because there's like goodie bags you can cash in for a small amount of materials and chance at recipes and stuff. So they know eventually we'll end up with too much Artisan security, but it's so valuable at the beginning. If you can get your hands on like 1,300 of it on day one, you absolutely should do it. But yeah, I don't like it. Remove the acuity knowledge gains, add more to the NPC orders. Yeah, they could definitely do a few things, but I do feel it's a bit scuffed as it stands. When you're planning on making a blacksmithing guide, went through the channel, failed to find it, so I assume it's coming in the upcoming. It's coming in the upcoming weeks. Yeah, I've only done first looks at most of the professions so far. I've not done anything that's even remotely considered a guide. That sort of stuff is going to come once pre-patch is out and once we're a little bit closer. The main reason I've held off doing all of this is because shit changes every week. And the time and effort it takes to put a video together and then publish a video and then have it completely outdated and completely changed 2 days later is frustrating for people who watch that video at a later date. It's frustrating for people who watch it at the time, and then by the time the game goes live, it's different. It's frustrating for me because I have to spend the time and effort making that video for it to then be wrong. And so I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting until I feel like everything is kind of like tick, things are ready, and then we'll get some videos out for it. Some of it will come before the launch, some of it will presumably come after the launch, but the alternative option here, shameless promo, is you pick up my guide. Goblin Guide to the War Within has literally all of my notes for all of the professions in unnecessary amounts of detail. Some 291 pages of profession-related info right now. That's available over on my Patreon. So if you're interested, that is another option. Anything else of interest from these patch notes, though, that we should maybe focus on taking a little bit of a look at? These are just, what are these? Miscellaneous changes. Oh, they added the music. Oh, they've added the zone musics, by the looks of things. That's cool. Did you see that crafting weekly quests are back? For work orders, yes. Yeah, you can get 2 knowledge points every week for filling work orders again. Unless there's something else I've missed, but I don't think there is. Okay, I need to check Inscription then, is what I'm feeling is the main thing to look at. Yeah, the work order quests came in a week or so ago. They're all documented. Right, let me have a little look at... Let me have a little bit of a look at Inscription real quick. What have they been doing with these Dark Moon? Is this my maxed out scribe? I think this is the maxed out scribe. Does alchemy have work order quests? Yes, just like any other profession. People are requesting potions and flasks and all sorts of stuff, yeah. Right, so this is our stacked to the moon scribe. What have they been doing with these then? Transcribe to ascensions, whatevers. What about these sigil businesses? Okay, well they still haven't changed them. They still haven't changed these because only the Radiance ones require. Only the Radiance one requires the deck. Now there is a possibility that it won't change retroactively, which is also sort of annoying, but. Anything changing in here? This all looks the same. Okay. Can't easily spot what the change is there. What did it state? Shit, now I can't find it. Dark Moon Sigil Symbiosis. Okay, so it's all these. I wonder if it's because this dude is now just what you'd consider old news.
Peace, friend.
No, nothing there.
Eternal sun shine upon thee.
Still can't buy the recipes on a scribe, which is not fun. Apparently they've changed some milling and other yields. Milling's changed. They've changed the amount of herbs you need to mill. But have they changed what you get out of them when you do it? Do I have any milling notes? I don't think I made any milling notes. I had plans to do it, but haven't done it. Wait, hang on. Only taking... Whoa, okay, that's changed. Only taking 5 herbs. Oh, well, actually, I'm fully spec'd on this dude, so that might be Okay, let's test leveling Inscription again. I reckon this has changed pretty substantially then. Make a new scribe. Where's my leveling Inscription notes? Leveling Inscription. What had I wrote for this? Inscription's one of the easier ones, but gets very expensive towards the end if you're not able to find work orders. Okay, I've got a pretty distinct route to get to skill maximum. Dark Moon card. Yeah, I think I'd made the note that Inscription was taking just a disgusting amount of herbs. Requires a lot of herbs to mill down for pigments and inks. No Dark Moon crafting is possibly going to hurt the profession overall. But that's less... That is unless the Dark Moon sigils end up being on BIS lists. No glyphs, no even dragon style ones, and many crafts moving to the work order system has left Inscription feeling gutted of any fun, was my my initial thoughts. Which I think is still likely to be quite true. But let's grab some materials. Let's test Inscription quickly then. Inscription, go. Go, gadget, go. Let's grab what I know to be roughly the herbs we need. 1,000 of these. Basic herbs. Did I write any milling notes on milling? Specifically. Feature overview. Milling's how we turn our herbs into inks and is vital to making gold with the inscription. In the war within herbs, any quality, mill them for pigments. The higher the quality of the herbs, the better the pigments. Eventually, once you've mastered Inscription, you'll be able to guarantee Q3 pigments from the Q3 herbs. Yeah, you get the improved milling buff as well, do you? Ah, my only notes were more on exact milling rates will be made available once more testing has been done. Okay. Maybe we do some of that testing today as well. Okay, for the purpose of leveling, you use quality 1 shit anyway. What else are we gonna need? We're gonna need some distilled Algari freshwater, wherever the hell that is.
We shall meet again.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me?
Rocco with the Prime
hope.
for 13 months. Thank you very much. Appreciate that very much. Good morning. Hope you're all well. Where's this flipping distilled Algari freshwater? Here it is. Don't know how much of it we need. Start with 1,000, why not? We need storm dust on a scribe, believe it or not. Which is here. How much we need, we'll take that much. We're going to need some viridescent spores. And some fresh parchment. Is it fresh parchment or glittering parchment? Viridescent spores. Okay, so there's some oddball basic materials we might need. This should get us done. Let's give this a go and see how it feels. Last time we needed like 2,000 inks or something donkulous.
What brings you here?
Scribblies. Scribbly scribblies. Giant, this track gives me a head. Right. Mill herbs for pigments. We will need these later. I didn't specify what or how many of. Okay. 505. Has that difficulty changed? What do we get by level 1? 13 nacreous pigments. Okay, this is definitely this has definitely changed. They've halved the amount of herbs, and they definitely seem to have boosted the amount of pigments you get. Although, haha, I remember now, I remember it used to be that as you skilled up, the amount of pigments you got reduced, which was weird. I wonder if that's still the case. £10 points guaranteed just by milling. Let's switch over and mill a few other bits and pieces because I know we're going to need it. We'll drop pigments. I'll do. Get some orbinid pigments. Mill 50 herbs, I suppose. Right, there we go. Skill 20. Milled 50 of each herbs, got, within reason, the same amount of pigments regardless to this. Do we mill some Blessing Blossom as well? We're probably going to need that and all. One to 20 still by milling is the same. Might be worth noting the resourcefulness proc on the milling, see if they've reduced that as well. Well, at the moment I have 0 resourcefulness, so, but yes, once we're min-maxed a Rooney, yeah. 20 to 40 just making inks. Make as many of these as needed to reach skill 40. Will consume all of these and possibly more later on in the leveling. We get shadow ink. Apricot. Is this apricot? I want to call them apricot inks. Sure. We're making these apparently up to skill 40 as far as they go. Seems to make sense. Boundless cipher. 2 inks, water, and something else. So if we can get skills by the... yeah, if we can, we should, right? Apricot inks, here we come. Welcome in, Bear. Good morning, good morning. Lurk on YouTube too. Nice, appreciate it, thank you. Congrats on your big decision, by the way. For those in chat who don't watch Bear, you absolutely should, by the way. Bear has made the choice to attempt, at least, to go for full-time content creator, which is really cool. So yeah, wish you all the best on that adventure. 25. Do we stop here because we get skill tree unlock? Doesn't look like we do. Is crafting either of these going to be useful to us at this point? Codified greenwood, boundless ciphers. We gain skill points from these, but they're arguably going to be more expensive to produce than just making ink still. I'm not sure why we would. Making our quill. Now you see, this is where some of my leveling guides might change. This is hence why you don't do shit too early. Now that they've removed Artisan's acuity off the profession equipment, it starts to be very justified to make your own basic one if and as and where it makes sense during leveling. And more importantly, you might even mass produce them for skill points in some professions, which might change the leveling path for a few professions. That's quite cool. That means that means nearly all of my leveling paths are going to need a revision now that they've changed these. But in this scenario, it still feels, other than the crafting speed bonus you get, it still feels like just banging out inks is the best path. We'll harvest these for first time craft bonuses later anyway. There's not strictly the need to do them right now. Let's get some skill under our belt first. Boom, 30. Oh, we don't unlock anything new till 40. Okay. We are going to need to go to town on these a little bit. And it seems to be the only thing that's guaranteeing skill points this far anyway. Any freebies? I know they've done this a few times. They've given you freebie stuff just by unlocking the trees. Craft the book. Learn to craft the book and you will also learn the sub-spec straight away. Oh! Gain 15 ingenuity when crafting inscription recipes, and ingenuity refunds an additional 5% of concentration. Resourcefulness refunds 5% more resourcefulness when crafting Kazongar recipes. Multi-craft grants up to 25% additional goods. And you can get that bonus for free. No spec points needed if you open Pursuit of Knowledge. How easy is it to get to like skill 75? 60 to 80 missives. From 80 plus you're going to need to spec into endgame weapons, sigils and stuff. Okay, it doesn't look like you're going to be able to unlock all 4 spec trees then. Where do you see all the changes to the new beta build? I use MMO Champion. Wowhead tends to like article everything, whereas MMO Champion is, put it bluntly, better. MMO Champion does a lot of the data mining and shows you exactly what has changed, whereas Wowhead just copy pastes the blue post and then calls it a day most of the time. Pursuit of Perfection, any freebies here? 5 skill when milling or crafting reagents. And learn a sub-spec straight away. 5 skill when crafting ciphers. Use finishing reagents to further improve. 5 skill when milling herbs. 5 skill when crafting inks. And learn to use finishing reagents to further improve your inks. See, considering right now, we're creating a lot of inks, then these are some sort of freebie bonuses that would be nice to get. And I call it a freebie bonus because you unlock the tree, and then this will instantly give you the ability to unlock one of these trees, which in turn also gives you like a little bonus. So you don't actually have to spend any knowledge points on this. But it's risky because you might not get to skill 100 so that you can unlock everything. There's still a choice to be made there, depending on how you want to spec. Learn how to use missives to specify the stats on carvable equipment and learn a sub-spec of your choosing. Learn to use various optional reagents to infuse staves and offhand weapons. Learn to craft Vagabond's Careful Crutch and gain 5 skill when... Wow, you can unlock the Vagabond Careful Crutch or Vagabond's Torch as soon as you hit skill 25. That's not going to help you right here, right now, because it's a spark recipe. But you're probably going to definitely 100%, regardless what you plan on doing with your scribe, unlock this tree and go that way. Or you can learn the Silver Tongue Quill and a sub-spec of your choice. Maybe making the Silver Tongue Quill is another good one. That literally straight away is your plus 18. Wow. You could, day one, have your tool unlocked and crafted on a scribe without any knowledge points spent to do it. That's interesting. Gain 5 skill when crafting lexicon-related goods and learn the sub-spec straight away. Unlock the ability to add finishing reagents when crafting Dark Moon sigils. Learn to craft Dark Moon sigil radiance. Yo, you can unlock a lot at skill 25 as a scribe. You basically get a free path to an end node without spending any skill points. How did I not realise this last time? So all 4 of those trees are viable options. Okay, well maybe since we actually have stuff that's still relatively cheap to craft, we still go this route anyway. I don't think this has really changed. What am I missing? Nacreous pigments. No. No. Still getting 12 to 15 every time. We just craft these till 40 now. Do you know if you spec into the Angari treatises and max that node, your book for others will give 2 points as well? I believe it's personal to scribes. I don't think it's for others. The 8, 39, 40, and now it's changed colour. Okay, where the path slightly changes. Song takes me back to uni, dancing till my feet hurt. Yeah, this is a banger of a tune. Any recommendations on what Inscription spec tree to unlock first when the expansion launches? Inscription's in a weird place. Honestly, I'm only testing Inscription right here, right now, because things look to have changed behind the scenes. But I still don't think Inscription particularly looks like a great profession. If you were maining Inscription, your choice would probably be quite different here. But if you've got Inscription just as on an alt, just as something you're leveling for the sake of leveling, they make some pretty important profession tools, which of course, right at the very beginning of the expansion is where the most people want them. You can choose to spec into, which one is it? Where's it gone? Careful Carvings. You can choose to spec into your quill, your alchemist mixing rod, and your chef's rolling pin. I'm tempted to go this route, but it still requires you to go the work. You know, you're still filling work orders. You're hunting down work orders. But there's going to be a billion alchemists. Everybody's a cook, and you know, then you're self-sufficient with your own quill. If you're looking for something more passive just to throw up on the auction house, because it's an alt, then you could go the intermediate materials, improving your ability to mill, improving your ability to make ink. That's arguably the path I might take, because it means I can log on, I can spend some concentration, I can make some high tier pigments, I can make some high tier inks, and then I can just throw those on the auction house so that other scribes who have gone other ways can pick them up. each tree has its own use right at the very beginning, but at the same time, none of it feels great. It's all just very average. Inscription, unfortunately, Inscription needs something. They've taken more away from Inscription than they've added to it, which has kind of left it feeling a bit weird. From here on out, you might choose to buy the materials required rather than crafting them. Especially if you're doing this later in the expansion. You will have unlocked your first skill tree at 25. Maybe I should tell people why. From here, you might choose to buy the required materials rather than crafting them, due to specialist crafters being able to produce the items at a much cheaper rate. That said, Inquisitor's Torch. Yeah, so this is where you'd backtrack a little bit and you'd make some of these, or as I mentioned, you might choose to just buy these from people who've spec'd into making them efficiently. That said, you only need quality 1 materials because you're not making these particularly to sell for much of a profit anyway. Is this still our best option for skill points now? Hasty Alchemist Mixing Rod. 2 green woods, 1 cipher. 2 green woods, 1 cipher. They're exactly the same. Dare I say it, you're probably actually better off making the alchemy mixing rods here, aren't you? Not that you're going to be making them at high quality, but there is going to be plenty of alchemists out there. There's a new lariat being spotted so far. Not really. I'm of the opinion that we won't know about that until the game really goes live. We can start to see roughly where some recipes come from, but we need to first find out if anybody wants the crafted item. Then we need it to land on something that is a random drop and not a trainer recipe. Then that thing needs to be super rare. Even if we know that it comes from delves, well, how easy is it to get from delves? It's not going to be until the game goes live and people are like, oh my god, I've ran 500 delves and I've still not got this recipe, that we might start to see something come out as like, oh my god, this could be rare. I don't think, unless you are literally playing the beta like you would play retail, which unfortunately I'm trying to do too much to do, but you know, if you are a 1 character Andy and you're just playing the beta every day, trying to progress exactly like what you would do if the game was actually real, then you might spot those things. But even somebody that sits here and plays this game all day, every day, I'm still technically not doing any one thing enough to find that information out, unfortunately. You disenchant the green profession items. That's a very good point. That's a very good question, because yes, but they were taken out of any potential because of the Artisan security. That might now fix the storm dust situation that I didn't really think was a situation, but you might be able to craft these and then sell them on to an enchanter that will just disenchant them, maybe. The reality is either of these that you craft right here, right now, might end up being just throwaway. So if you're gonna throw anything away, throw away the thing that's worth more, I guess. I guess I'm not going to change my opinion. I guess I will just say Inquisitor's Torches. Heck, you might end up selling these not for much more than the cost of a shard, but still more than the vendor price. But now we need 5 ciphers and we need 10 greenwoods. 10 greenwoods is 20 shadow ink. Yeah, Yeah, this is hence why I suggest people... Oh, I don't have an inking set all of a sudden. How did I make these without an inking set? Ah, okay, sure.
Interesting.
Does this work as an inking set? Yes.
Looking for something special?
Well, I've milled these down, so I might as well use them, I guess. Yeah, technically. These two pigments. These are still slow as hell to craft, aren't they? Time is not really what I optimise for, though, on the levelling paths. I optimise for cheapness. Dog? Watching for? How many of these did I say I needed? Like 20 of them or something? It's 20. 5 boundless ciphers. And then... How many of these was it? Oh, I needed 10 of those. Whoops. What am I missing? Oh, I'm out of fresh water already. So we're now up to 2,000 fresh water. It's really annoying they put the iridescent water right here, and that's the Dragon Isles one. Doesn't help me. I have to then go fish for the one I actually need. I don't know why they're doing this as well. I wish they'd, like, make their mind up how much this cauldron's going to cost, you know. Is it distilled Algari freshwater? It is. A stack of that then, please.
Keep it real.
Greetings, traveler.
Maybe just make one of the others for the first time craft point. Yes, potentially. Although I tend to avoid doing that until this bar's full. Because once this bar's full, the later you can wait to do your first time craft bonuses, the better. Because you're going to have more skill, and the chance of you making something that you might actually then go and sell is better. This is why I also don't suggest harvesting first time craft bonuses whilst leveling, because at that point you're basically making vendor trash. Yes, you're getting your skill point, but you're putting it straight in the bin. You're in no rush for that skill point right now, so you might as well wait until you can actually craft it at a quality that somebody might buy from you. That's the true goblin way of thinking. Right, now we can make 5 of these. Is this all we need to do to get to 45? Yes. Done this, and then probably have to do the whole thing again. 5 of these. Telomere, how we doing? Good morning, welcome in. Five of those. Burnt rolling pin is instantly grayed out to us. The only thing that's going to guarantee us points is these. So we do the same again by the looks of things. Craft up. There's part of me that says we should be skipping all of this and just continuously making inks. But based upon the amount of herbs that actually goes into making these, still thinking just taking inks all the way to 50, skipping the crafting of these entirely might actually be a better option. But I haven't done the maths on that yet. All I do know though is that to make 5 of these we need 10 more codified greenwoods, requires 20 more shadow inks, which requires a shitload more milling. Okay, let's mill another 50 of each of these herb. What do we need now? Blessing Blossom. I tell you what though, if you're a herbalist, do whatever you need to do to find lure drop. I think lure drop is going to be the expensive herb. Aratha's Spear doesn't ever get milled down, so won't probably be consumed quite as heavily. But Lure Drop, even though it pairs up with Myco Bloom when making these apricot inks, I'm pretty convinced this Lure Drop is going to be the expensive one, based upon what it goes in and how much of it is used. I've not done enough herbalism to find out really if that is the rare one, but I'd heavily recommend focus farming this if you can. Now, it's also worth noting that if you turn up from Dragonflight with some old Dragonflight tools, you might have a couple of points in resourcefulness and multicraft at this point, which would always help, but I tend to like to take the sort of the worst case scenario, assuming that it's a brand new character, brand new profession. At least that way, you know that the guide is going to be useful for everybody. And if some people have a cheaper and easier path, then that's probably the preferred way. Next week we'll be having warbands. Yeah, it's turning up really quick, isn't it? It really is turning up quick. All the fun stuff's about to begin. If Lure Drop is rare as Aquarite, we will need to find out where to farm Gloom Chitin. Oh, are you thinking about taking Gloom Chitin and then alchemying it into the other materials? I haven't looked. Soul has probably done more research on this, at least publicly, than anybody I know so far. Once again, it's another thing that's on my list to do, is to deep dive the thaumaturgy. But what you've also got to remember there is that there is a heavy loss of just straight raw materials, and so the prices are going to have to be Prices are going to have to be really in your favor for that to work, but it is interesting, yeah. Have you started farming T-Mog yet? My personal bank and both void storage tabs are max on 2 characters. The trick is just not to loot anything. Don't loot anything. Let it go to your mailbox. Then open your mailbox on open the mailbox on Warband Day and just see your collection go. The answer is no, I haven't. I've not stepped foot in retail for months at this point. Where was I going? We needed 5 of these. 5 boundless ciphers. I'll wait to see all the stuff that's broken on Warband Day. I'm with you. There is going to be some seriously broken stuff. I can't quite figure out what is going to be broken yet, and I don't think anybody can. If anybody did, Blizzard would probably be working to fix it, but there is no chance that it's a smooth launch on Warbands. No chance. Stuff will go wrong. What's going to go wrong, though? I don't know. Transferring currency is going to be broken hard. Well, let's hope not, because if people figure out how to multiply stuff and how to duplicate currencies, it's going to be a shit show. But we can keep our fingers crossed that everything goes smooth. Here's to hoping. Right, now 5 of these things. Go. I'm still feeling that this is the expensive route to take based upon the fact that we're using a lot more of these herbs and just making more. Ah, these have gone green at 47, so maybe that's the reason we don't push these to 50 unless we have a good use for them. Boom, 50. So that's not really changed. From this point on, the Vantus runes were my suggestion. Bunch of these. Ooh! Oof! These are expensive. Maybe these won't be my suggestion. Although, that said, we haven't got any other suggestions. Is this now maybe where we dive in for a freebie? Do the knowledge books still give... No, knowledge books are not giving any skill points at this point anyway. That's not really worthwhile. We'd need the inscribed rolling pin. Comes from a wax encrusted chest over in the dungeon. Dark flame cleft. Silver tongue quill is a spectre unlock. Now we can unlock this, but we're likely only to be crafting it for ourselves. It's going to be a bit difficult to do it skill points wise. Missives we learn soon. We got to get there though. Contracts, we could arguably at this point already have the ability to go pick up the contracts. These only require renown 5, I believe, this time. So these should be once you've dinged at level 80. There's once you've dinged level 80 and maybe once you've lore mastered on one character, you should easily be able to come and pick up these contracts. That might be an alternative route right now. Because yes, you can craft some of these, but yes, these are also going to be quite expensive. And you are producing dog shit quality ones, so this could just be cash in the bin. They've jacked up the price of this. This is what's changed my opinion on where we go from here. The options aren't great. Expecting servers to be down 12 plus hours, if not all day, and a series of hotfixes and rolling restarts between pre-patch launch and the event the following week. Well, yeah, it's quite funny. It's almost like they gave themselves a pre-patch to pre-patch. The reason we have pre-patch in the first place is so that shit doesn't go wrong when they launch the expansion. But now we're having a pre-patch the week before the pre-patch event, when the pre-patch event realistically is when everybody's going to come back. It's like a pre-patch to pre-patch. They will announce an announcement. We are making an announcement that we are going to announce an announcement next week. We can unlock this. We can unlock this. Can unlock this, but these are all spec tree things. I'm wondering if there's an alternative option here to go and suggest people get the contracts if they have foreshadowings to make a contract is significantly cheaper than making Vantis runes, which require 5 inks and 5 apricot inks. I think we do that. I think we do that as a cheaper option. I'm actually thinking if we suggest that as a cheaper option, skill 40, you know. You only need to be skill 35 to make these. There's an option here, isn't there? There's an option. If you already have renown 5 with any of the let's specify here, with 7. Oh, actually, I've just noticed. Hang on. Why do you not give skill points, and you do, and you do, and you do, and why do you all choose to use different inks? Oh no, don't be changing this again, Blizzard. Why are you making my life so difficult? That means the contract recipes are likely to change still. Because that's a weird decision, having 2 of them use apricot inks, 2 of them use shadow inks, 1 of them not give skill points, 3 of them give skill points. This is clearly not balanced yet, is it? Okay, it's an option all the same. You already have renown 5 with Arathi, Deeps, or Severed Threads. You can chase the contracts. These are going to cost Artisan's acuity to pick them up, though, aren't they? They're 150 Artisan's acuity, which is not cheap. These do cost 150 Artisan's acuity each, but will likely be a cheaper path to skill 5. That'll do. That works. Alternatively, though, yeah, you can unlock some of these, but you're hunting down... Oh, actually, I've just realised there's still nothing here that's going to give you 3 skill points. Ah, yeah, Inscription's still busted. They clearly still haven't fixed this. You're going to get to 80 again and have flipping no idea where you're going. Okay, it may be that the only thing they've done so far is change the milling rates. Meaning I don't have to take this section too seriously then. Vantis runes then, 5 shadow inks, 5 apricot inks. Need 25 of each if we're to craft 5 of these. Which means we need more milling. We're short on distilled fresh water again, apparently. Another 1,000 of this stuff. chunk through this real fast. Is the bottom one bought with acuity 2? Council of Dornogle one? Yeah, I think they're all bought with 150. Just weird how this one isn't giving you skill points whilst the other 3 are. Like I said, it's one of those things that probably means that the balance pass hasn't been done on Inscription leveling yet. More nacreous pigment. You go. What did I say we needed? We needed like 25 of each, didn't we? Yeah, let's go. Are we doing today? Ready for next week? Not in the slightest. I can't seem to get myself out of this feeling of that I'm massively behind. Even though I am probably miles ahead of where I probably should be, I can't help but feel I'm massively behind. And this is because I'm going away at the end of the month for a few days and it's throwing me through a loop. Plus the wife's on holiday in July, which has really slowed down my progress doing anything. Because as much as she tries, bless her, she seems to find odd jobs for me to do nearly daily. Oh, I was planning on doing some painting. Can you just do this for me quickly, or can you just hang this shelf up? Or I don't mind doing any of it, mind. But it does kind of mean that my my workflow and my work schedule, I feel as if I'm part-time at the moment. Just as things are getting busy. Do you have a team that can help you? Oh no, I wish I did. I am a one-man show. Did I say 25 of these things? I think I did, didn't I? Yeah, 25 to then make 5 of these. Whatever we need for 25 of these. More pigments. More pigments, more milling, more pigments, more milling. It's not strictly a holiday as such, as I'm going back to the UK for a wedding. Not this weekend, the next weekend. And we have a wedding on the Saturday. We're meeting up with some friends on Sunday. We're then milling around in London for 2 days. And then we fly back on Wednesday. Bad joke, at least something's coming home. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Too soon! Cut me deep! Oh, the pain. No, I'm clearly miles ahead. Like, I've got it's because I've set myself some very lofty goals. I wanted to level up my offering, people, and it's meant that comparing right now to where I was in Dragonflight. Yes, I am absolutely miles ahead. At this point, before Dragonflight's launch, I maybe had a rough outline of a very basic spreadsheet, whereas I now have a 300-page guide already produced. So in that regard, I am way ahead. But where I'm not way ahead is in terms of like the actual thing that people know me for, which is like making videos and stuff. Two, 23, 24. 25. One more. Boom, there we go. Right, Vantis runes. Whoa, 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 what the since what? Whoa, hang on, what? Who? Since when did these go? Oh, we somehow have accidentally, in making those inks, got ourselves to 55 anyway. Oh, well, that's put the cat amongst the chickens, hasn't it? Well, now I don't need to make the Vantis runes. Did I get those skill points for making inks? What did I get those? I must have got those skill points for making inks. I did. I got all of the skill points for making the flippin' apricot inks. And then didn't realise I didn't need the rest of them. Oh, Lord. Maybe you just make apricot inks all the way to 55 and then forget about it. Alright. Well, that's thrown me through a loop. Have to meet up for coffee? No idea whereabouts in the UK you're from, but I presume you're from my neck of the woods. Well, family lives in Leamington Spa. Yeah, I will not be venturing outside of London when I next go back, so... The Midlands to those who are uneducated. Sorry, that sounds harsh, doesn't it? For those who are not in the know. I don't expect everybody to know UK geography. Yeah, the amount of times I actually go home is like twice in 10 years. $20 on the train to London. Give me a shout next trip. Sounds good. Sounds good. I'm half thinking about maybe going to LFG 2025. So it'd be a good opportunity. It looked good fun last year. I just need to make sure I get my pennies aligned to afford what we will classify as a business trip. We have a good Dragonflight launch, it can be on the cards.
Walk with the earth, mother.
Okay, so 55 onwards, we were just making a bunch of missives. And we continue making missives all the way up to like... Oh yeah, this was where it was broken. This is where the Quick Blade missive, apparently for some reason, stays guaranteeing skill points all the way up to like skill 80. And then the game just stops. Oh wow, these use ciphers to make now. That's a significant change. And they all use apricot inks. Oh well, at least those apricot inks we've just made won't go to waste then. And all the more reason maybe just to craft these all the way to 55 and then make missives and make this whole leveling process derp level easy. Okay, well, let's just make then a bunch of ciphers. The ciphers are gonna take... Oh, the ciphers use apricot inks as well. Ugh! Ugh! This is all feeling very unnecessarily expensive. It's the codified greenwoods that then use the shadow inks. I can't quite put my finger on it, but Inscription just feels icky. Everything about Inscription just feels odd. Like nothing seems to make a huge amount of sense. Doesn't really seem to have anything particularly interesting. Because let's be honest, missives are not interesting. Well, I guess we make these then. announcements at 12 today. Does that mean tickets are going on sale at 12 today as well? I'm not in the position to like guarantee anything just yet. I also maybe have a trip to Germany next year as well, which I have to plan for. No idea, but I have a meeting then, so I panicked a tad. You'll be in Mr. GM's good books. You'll, like, get in Dan's good books, and then you'll just tap him up for a VIP pass or something. Stream of benefits, right? Now I'm out of flipping fresh waters.
Yeah, what do you want? Hurry back.
I've been expecting you.
Still short on stuff. Oh, because we burnt through all our apricot inks again. Okay, we need 5 points, so we need 10 more apricot inks, which means we need a shitload more milling. Technical terms. Welcome in, Zan. Good morning, good morning. How many more of these do we reckon we need? Just go down to 750. We need them. And what's the other one? Lure drop. Contracts are only useful until you cap 2, since you aren't going to use them for multiple characters. That's another one. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, there's a lot about Inscription that just kind of feels a bit off. It needs some love. It needs the engineering treatment. It needs the alchemy treatment. It kind of needs a bit of an overhaul. It doesn't really have its place anymore. Everything that Inscription once stood for, it now doesn't stand for it. That makes sense. You know, it used to be, it was introduced way back when as like, oh, it made glyphs. And it was introduced at a period when glyphs were like direct player power. These days, it's kind of utility at best. Now, not to mention the fact they've taken one of the fun aspects of Inscription technically away, which was the crafting of Dark Moon cards early expansion. It was, I mean, I'm going to go back, let's look at, I mean, BFA was probably the highlight of Dark Moon card crafting, I think. It was a bit odd in Shadowlands, but like the point still stands is that you as a player had to make the conscious decision that if you were going to make Dark Moon cards, that was going to be very time consuming in the first couple of weeks of the expansion. But the payout was that it was very lucrative and rewarding to do in that regard. It would take you out of leveling lots of characters. It would take you out doing your dungeon runs. It would take you out of being able to do pre-raid bis, unless you play 18 hours a day. But it was very, very time-consuming, milling all of the inks, making all of... milling all of the herbs, then making all of the inks, then crafting the Dark Moon card. Like, it was a very time-consuming process. It burned through a huge amount of materials, which gave everybody gathering at the beginning of the expansion something to do as well. There's no doubt that the Dark Moon card thing was very strong for the economy, should we say, at the beginning. If you did any farming, it was lucrative. If you did any crafting, it was lucrative. Taking that out completely is like, okay, sure. It would have been nice if they were to take it out and replace it with something cool. But they seem to have just diluted. In Dragonflight, they diluted Dark Moon cards by basically fishing was the best way to get them. Now they've diluted it even more by just saying, oh yeah, by the way, you don't craft the cards anymore. So, yeah. You're going to be streaming next week with Warbands? Yes. Yes. Very shortly, though. I will be streaming on Wednesday and I will be streaming on Thursday. But that is it. That is it. Wednesday and Thursday I will be streaming, but Friday is a no-no because I'll be on a plane. Parents are on vacation at the moment, so a lot of my time's being spent helping Dad with 400 house projects. Yeah, I know the same. I have to say, my wife is on holiday, so she is filling my time with lots of DIY projects as well. Why I've felt part-time this month. But next month, oh my god, August is going to be big. August is going to be huge. Absolutely massive. Right, these will go orange. This one will stay guaranteed. Called it. Called it. Right, okay. So, it's still the same, that your path to success lies in making a shitload of these. And then your options are basically nothing, because these are work orders. You need a work order to craft these. You need a work order to craft these, and these. And I should point out that the only work orders you can hope for are NPC work orders in the first 2 weeks, because they require sparks. And these have not had their materials done properly yet. Yet this, in the first 2 weeks of the game, might be your only way of somehow magically getting to skill 100 with Inscription. Otherwise, you ain't got no chance unless you can somehow make rolling pins all day long. And I think these stopped giving you skill points at like skill 80 anyway. So yeah, Inscription is still in need of love. Because mass crafting these is not the play. And these go, my notes say that you can only take these to skill 80 anyway. What do we need for that? 20 more of these, so 40 ciphers. Shitloads of more apricot inks. Means we need nacreous pigments, which means we need to go microbloom and go press all. I'm excited to hyper degen play WoW again. Yeah, I'm hoping it all fits in nicely and I get the opportunity to just play it a shitload. If I can get everything I want sorted, like a week, maybe 2 weeks before the expansion actually goes live. Oh, this is probably a good time to point out to people. In the actual week, or maybe 2, in the run-up to the expansion going live, you probably won't see me live streaming all that much. Because that's when I will go into full sweaty video production mode. Simply because I will have about 4 videos a day to produce. If I want to get everything done before the launch. Because I too would like to, once early access begins on the 22nd, I just want to be playing and streaming. That's playing and streaming time. 2 weeks before that is going to be video production time. And finalising the guide and that sort of stuff. That's the plan. Will you be able to reach Renown 12 on most factions in week 1? Lore mastering is going to get you to about Renown 7 or 8 or something like that anyway. 12 to 14 shouldn't take you too long if you are consistent. And by consistent, I mean sort of like killing the rares each day, keeping your world quests finished, that sort of stuff. Should be fine. That said, though, I've not tested much in any form of like rep grindy stuff. I kind of go by the concept that if you just play the game a lot, you'll get there pretty quickly anyway. So leveling's going to be easier than we thought? In what way? There's about 18 quests not implemented on the beta that we won't be seeing before launch. 18 quests, that's like half a level. That's not a huge amount. Tied to the introduction of the new zones. Are they probably going to be like adventure mode ones, so that when you take the scouting table, that it gives you a few intro quests to whichever zone you choose. That on your first playthrough you probably won't see. That would be my guess there. Right, we've got loads of these now. What else do we need to make to do all of this business? We need loads of these. Now we need ciphers for days. Boundless ciphers. What are we missing on these? Flipping fresh waters again. I think we've gone through about 4,000 fresh water so far. I hope there's not a drought.
Glad I could help.
Right, that's a start. On Vantus runes, most of the time, super mid. Yeah, Vantus runes are kind of like for your, yeah, they're never fantastic. They're never fantastic. I mean, they give you a slight boost if you are really stuck, but they're always a good seller because people, you know, there'll be a point where your guild leader will say, right, Vantus rune on this boss, and every, you know, there's 20 Vantus runes. There's an option to spec into fishing reagents and use engineering one for 40% increased chance for a skill up. How far is that in the skill tree? Don't know the answer to that one, unfortunately. I kind of roughly know what you mean, but I don't exactly know what you mean. Most of the time I tend to ignore finishing, like, finishing reagents are usually pointless. This is one bit of feedback I need to give Blizzard, that finishing reagents, you can practically ignore them. 9 times out of 10, they cost you significantly more than anything that you would gain by using them. They're just kind of a bit of a, you know, they're a bit of a, like, way to buy yourself some progress, but usually in a very expensive form, something you're not going to do very often. Right, I got enough boundless ciphers then for 10 of these, which will take us to 70. I still need 20 more inks even to make those. Yeah, this is ludicrous to try and get to 100. Still. Finishing reagents just got a big buff. Check them out. 8 to 10% multicraft or resourcefulness now. I mean, they're numbers that sound more useful. Those numbers definitely sound better. On this tune right here, right now, I've not unlocked them. But if they start to be useful, we can consider them. I can check them out on my other professions. I'm not convinced I need to actually test this anymore because it's just, at this point, it's just time consuming. And I think it still suffers from the same problem that you hit skill 80 and then have got nowhere to go. So on that basis, I'm going to assume that it's practically the same. What I do want to do is I want to test out if you are going to... Maybe this character can now be used for the theory of speccing into actually just making inks and milling effectively. Adjustable framework. When crafting, multi-craft yields 25% more when crafting consumable items. Now 25% is a number that would interest me. Multi-craft yields 25% more when crafting consumable items. Usable with blacksmithing, engineering, inscription, and leatherworking recipes. That 25% is at quality 3. I wonder how that's going to affect... I wonder what the value... What are we going to assume is the cost of producing an adjustable framework at quality 3, though? Because you should... it should be noted that this says... multi-craft yield, not flat multi-craft chance. So this means it will give you, you know, if it would proc 4, it would give you 5 instead. You got to be careful. You got to really pay close attention to the wording on these. That's not a 25% increased chance for multi-craft to proc. That is, it will give you 25% more items when it procs. It's not going to change the proc chance in any way. Which still means that it proccing 2 to 4 items normally would actually proc like 3 to 5. But you still need it to proc in the first place. Which actually is still probably nowhere near valuable enough for the cost that it would take to produce one of these and buy one of these at quality 3. Wording is everything there. Quality 2 is then 19%. Okay. Maybe worth having a look. We can put that on the list of things I want to look at then. Finishing.
Hello there.
Reagents. Generally as a whole. Framework buffs. Does that mean one of these fellas sells all of this sort of stuff?
What you need. Hi there.
No. Okay. Who?
Welcome, friend.
Missives. Okay, none of these dudes actually sell them though.
Greetings, traveler.
I have just...
They're not going to be particularly easy to actually test. I'm going to have to use one character to mass produce a bunch of them, then send them to another character to see how actually useful they are. Okay. What I might do then is then test looking at from the perspective... Okay, I'm going to be super greedy here, and I'm going to look at this from the perspective of Inscription, how I'm probably going to play it. And I'm probably going to play it along the lines of just make inks and reagents. What it takes to do that. Welcome in, Chris. Good morning. Good morning. Does race matter? race will always matter. If you have the option to have the right race, pick the right race. But it's not worth spending any money on doing it. It will matter, but it doesn't matter a lot. I can't really be any more defined than that. It will matter because +5 skill points will always be useful. But it's not going to matter so much that it's game breaking for you to not have it. It matters, but it's not game breaking, is the phrase I've used so far when it comes to racials. If you have them, great. If you don't have them, don't worry, you're not losing out that hard. There is so many more things that are more impactful than +5 skill from a racial. So, if I want to be big boy herb crafter, we're going to go Pursuit of Perfection. It's going to give us +5 skill when milling or crafting reagents. We're going to go straight into improved milling, I think. Then we're going to go straight into improved inks. It's 90 points for these 3 nodes, which I think is achievable in the first week. A scribe. 30, 60, 90. How is that going to impact? We're at the moment, we are miles off making anything. But of course, using better herbs, where you might start to use better herbs.
Looking for something special?
Oh, no, we don't need rank 1. So, without any spec at all, we can get to quality 2 from quality 3 herbs, which is unlikely to be that favourable. Hang on, I'm going to have to do a lot of thinking for this. Give me 2 minutes. We're going to take a quick break for 2, grab a drink, quick bathroom break, and then we'll figure out milling. Because it feels like it's changed, and if it has changed, we can kind of start to hope that it's the final change. Be back in 2. Okie dokie. Right, let's also make sure that we've got a few things that we're definitely going to need. We're going to need... Rid of these. There. We are going to need... What was the thing that we were going to need? We were going to need the thing that gives us knowledge points. You. And you.
Ancestors watch over you.
Just give me 1,000 spec points. So now, we've done a bit of leveling. We want to go and start specializing in making inks and reagents, stuff that we can then pump out on the auction house. At the moment, without really getting much further than this, we're able to take quality 3 herbs and produce quality 2 pigments out of them. It's only going to get us so far. And is going to obviously prove to be quite a costly way of doing things. Sifted cave sand increases resourcefulness by 150 and reagents saved from resourcefulness by 12%. What makes these, by the way? Sifted cave sands. Who and what makes them? All crafting? I'll take a couple of them for testing purposes for sure. Yeah, if you've got them. Where are you? Where are you? 6'6", love the name. You around here somewhere? Or just mail them to me. Different layer. Mail them to Manthe DMC. Manthe DMC, appreciate it. So... we want to be making inks at top quality. We are going to need better than this. Now we are still dum-dum level on here. We could take top quality inks and we would still only spit out quality 2 pigments. Yeah, we can guarantee quality 2 pigments and top quality herbs without really speccing into it, but that's going to be ludicrously expensive and not something that we're going to want to do. It also means, even then, using those quality 2 pigments, I doubt we're going to have enough skill to even make quality 2 inks. So the TLDR is you just definitely do not want to do that. Well, 100% not doing that. You're going to have to start speccing into this before... yeah, I mean, how far are we off here? 253 to guarantee quality 2. We're at 166. We are miles off even producing quality 2 inks. So we're going to have to get a few things in order. We're going to have to get some more skill from places if we can. Knowledge point wise, we are likely to get... let's think about this logically. Now, there's 74 knowledge points that are one-time knowledge points you can go out and get. That includes your treasures, your reputations, all of that stuff. The 74 quite easily, plus first-time craft bonuses, then plus whatever you can get on a weekly basis. So the rough numbers I'm working to is 100 knowledge points. 100 knowledge points should be relatively achievable before Season 1 starts. So what sort of position are you going to be in for Season 1 launch with 100 knowledge points? Well, if we go in the ink route, that's all 3 of these nodes fully filled out. Is that the right way to do it? This is the optimization route once you've got the skill. Ingenuity, multi-craft and resourcefulness, crafting, recipes. Yeah, this is your flat skill note, flat sort of, so you are going to want 30, 60, 90. Now, if you're going to go the route of ciphers, want points here as well. Milling in inks is the priority for me. 30, 60, 90 plus this, which is 120. But because this is only ingenuity, resourcefulness, and multicraft, this comes third. But these are still priority. Excuse me, sorry. Learn how to use missives to specify stats. Boring. 5 skill when crafting lexicon stuff. Boring. But yeah, it's these first 2 trees that we're going to care about. Well, I'm going to care about, let's put it that way. We unlock finishing reagents to further improve your inks. Well, I'm going to go by the theory that you do it in order. You're going to probably want to be better at milling first. Question is do we need all of these points? 2% crafting speed for 30 seconds when milling herbs stacking up to 15 times. That's a nice to have, but not needed. Anything lucrative here? We learn a subspec straight away. Well, we need 15 points in here without a doubt, because then that's going to give us both of these to unlock. We're going to unlock missives. We're going to unlock improved inks. That's needed by 15 points in here anyway. Now we're at the point where we are getting there. We are getting there. We're still not far enough to get quality 2 pigments from quality 2 inks though. With 53 minus 6, 47 points away. 47 points. The 20 points in here and then green tools is your minimum. 80 points and green tools is a minimum. To actually get what you should get, which is quality 2 out of quality 2. That's not going to be enough to get quality 3 out of quality 3. But at least quality 2 out of quality 2 is a good start. Yeah, and and then that will mean that we can take quality 2 pigments and actually get quality 2 inks as well. That's the bare minimum, 80 skill points. So we are going to have to just do everything you possibly can to harvest these to begin with. We're unlikely to be able to get 100 points without some outrageous amount of luck. Plus 5, plus 10, plus 10, plus 10, plus 10. Rest. We're going to make milling best first. I'm trying to figure out here how important the skill up here is and how important these tools are going to be for the purpose of being a bit of a milling pro. Right, quality 2 from quality 2. Still not quality 3 from quality 3. And we are substantially far away from this happening yet. Quality 2 from quality 2 is kind of baseline, the foundation. Build on that. That's pushing us a lot closer on milling. Within... Yeah, see, this is the interesting thing, right? You're going to have to make a conscious decision at some point. Are you happy making quality 2 pigments from quality 2 herbs? And are you then happy making quality 2 inks from quality 2 herbs? And once you've achieved that, you know the path to guaranteeing quality 3 is going to be a long one and is going to require you to have everything. Is it somewhat to where you might decide that quality 2 from quality 2 materials is good enough and you optimize that process, knowing full well that your ability to get guaranteed quality 3 is still a long way away? So you spend less points in here and instead would put some points in pursuit of knowledge to stack up your ingenuity, your multicraft, and your resourcefulness. You're obviously going to want to push towards guaranteeing quality 3. But is there part of me that's like, well, be realistic, you're not going to be able to get there very soon. So spend your points on improving the ability to get quality 2 herbs and inks from quality 2 pigments. Or maybe I'm just massively overthinking it. Let's see what we have to do to actually get... Can we get quality 3 guaranteed with only 80 points up here? That's my question. If we can't, it's a safe assumption to say that shooting for the moon is probably not the right choice. Let's look at what we can feasibly achieve. Without too much stress. Yeah, green tools not needing acuity should mean that literally day 1 you can go pick up a set of green tools. But a set of green tools is only 18 skill. But 18 skill is definitely better than nothing. Who makes the tools for scribblers? Fashion equipment, inscription. Storyteller's glass. Crafting. Public order. Oh, flipping it. I was hoping I could sling a public order out there and somebody could make it for me. Yeah, I can do this myself. Personal order. What? Why? Is it because that character doesn't have the recipe? Shouldn't matter. Okay. Ah. That's annoying.
Be careful.
Sure. Mix the other one.
Are of the highest quality.
Dawn crafting. In fact, why am I fishing around? I have all of this information to hand. Literally to hand. Dawn crafting Wow, jewel crafting makes both of them. Jewel crafting makes this... Oh, okay.
Till next week.
Well, let's log on to my jewel crafter real quick then. Where's my jewel crafter gone? Oh, because it wasn't... Okay, it was the wrong character. Oh. Is it even worth going for rank 3 inks? Most of the items that use it don't seem to really benefit from it. That's also a good question, but clearly there will be some stuff. Storyteller's glasses. Inscription. They've also reduced the recipe difficulty on these basic ones as well. Right-handed magnifying glass, that's the one. Send those over now. I can put orders in for these, I hope. I should have made all of the tools to begin with. Send... This disconnect bug is really annoying. Having to log back in every time. Let's go grab those. Then at least we've got a full set of green tools. Now I just need to figure out a full set of blue tools. So full set of green tools. Plus 60 points in the profession. 18 skill from there. I mean, yeah, it is still definitely worth pushing for quality 3 inks, simply because anytime you need a codified greenwood or a boundless cipher, you're also going to probably want those at quality 3. You still absolutely need... Yeah, you definitely need quality 3 inks. Because it's a knock-on effect. Quality 3 inks are needed to make quality 3 greenwoods and quality 3 ciphers. And due to that, wherever these are then needed, by proxy, quality 3 inks are still needed. Yeah, you can enchant the tools. There's resourcefulness and ingenuity enchants for the tools as well.
Hello.
Let's put in a fashion equipment, inscription. Go. Silver-tongued quill. We make that ourselves. Personal order. Manthe scribe. Oh. Crafting orders just don't work then right now. Is that what we're saying? Okay, that's just annoying. That's going to make testing nearly impossible if I can't get the right tools. Means I have to do more maths in my head. Not that I can't do maths in my head, but one thing I can't then test is the concentration usage. I can do the maths in my head. All right, let's assume that this is as far as we get. It's not, but... We're fully spec'd out here. Green set of tools is still the nice place to get to, if nothing else, would be being able to use quality 1 herbs, make quality 2 pigments. You always want to be like, that will instantly put you in a good position. Using quality 2 to make quality 3 isn't going to ever happen without concentration. But quality 1 herbs, we're only what? We're 10 points short being able to achieve this. So just getting to 70 here would mean that we can then take quality 1 herbs but produce quality 2 pigments. Definitely improvement. And then we can take those quality 2 pigments and make quality 2 inks. Or, theoretically, would we actually not even need it? That would then mean we could take quality 1 pigments even, make quality 2 inks. That same point. You've got a little bit of a bonus there. How does that affect the... Let's say, use what we use. Get those last 10 skill points. Appreciate inks. We got this little buff stacking as well. 60% crafting speed. Definitely helpful. That speed buff is just a speed buff. I think too exciting. I need another cipher. Fresh water again. You're going to need a tap constantly turned on for this fresh water.
Be careful out there.
Right, 10 more of these will get us to 70. It's something we're going to just have to do. Even though it feels like we're just making stuff that's going to go in the bin, but... Okay, 70. Boom. 70 skill points. We are now taking quality 1 herbs, but producing quality 2 pigments. Then that means it's at this exact point we can start to like make a saving. It then means that we're producing pigments at a slightly cheaper rate, because we'll be able to use the cheaper, more plentiful quality 1 herbs. 70 skill and green tools. Okay, inscription, possible builds. Milling. The reagent master. This is focus to producing Do milling. Milling herbs. Crafting inks. And crafting agent. Best of your ability. So we're going to want minimum requirements. Minimum requirements 70 skill, 70 profession skill. And green tools. And then 90 points in Pursuit of Perfection. This is then going to give you the ability to take quality 1 herbs and produce quality 2 inks, pigments. You are still going to be slightly short on the reagent front. But this is where you may choose to use concentration early on. This is the point where quality 2 pigments and inks can be produced. Quality 1 herbs. What we're then going to want to do, what's the ultimate goal? The ultimate goal is going to be filling this 100 skill, blue tools, and the same. That's going to be the thing you're going to be shooting for next. So this is like stage 1. Prior to this point, you're going to be struggling. But once you've got some points in here, here, and here, you should be doing pretty well. And we get to the point where we can make quality 2 greenwoods and ciphers and quality 1 resources. What's that going to look like? We are still miles off. We are still miles off being able to produce. But what it does mean is that we then have a path to produce cheap quality 2. Cheap quality 2. Well, we've now basically leveled up that our quality 2s are the same price as everybody else's quality 1s. Which then means we can use quality 2 here for no additional price. And then we are very close to producing these at quality 2 with, once again, only quality 1 inks. Because these only took quality 1 inks to make at this point, even though they're quality 2. This is a quality 1 herb. So we're short, how many points is this? 131, 253. We need to find 18 additional points from somewhere. Which is basically getting 10 from here and upgrading some of this. Sorry, 22 points. Yeah, you're right. Now, of course, at this moment, you could use some concentration to achieve the same, but... Oh yeah, rank 2 herb would do it, but the point is you kind of don't want to be using rank 2 herbs. The concept is trying to use the cheapest herbs possible until you can get to that point where you're just trying to max everything. I'm trying to like work out what the stages are, what you're going to try and achieve and what you're going to achieve next. Obviously, your ultimate goal is to shoot for the moon and get everything maxed out. But are there like steps that you can take to get to that? And how easily and quickly you're going to be able to achieve each one. Let me grab some quality 2
What brings you
of
here?
these anyway.
May the eternal sun shine upon you.
So yeah, you're now producing quality 2 inks using only quality 1 herbs, and if you were to throw quality 2 herbs at it as well, then you would be already safe. But if our goal is to try and make everything using quality 1 materials, we're going to need to squeeze a little bit more out of it. So the next step is probably going to be 80 skill points, which should not be too difficult to achieve, and maybe upgrading one of these to a blue. If it's anything like Dragonflight, then rank 2 will be cheaper very early on. Well, luckily it's not like Dragonflight. They have readjusted the materials. Quality 1 will still be knocking about. Even when you are fully spec'd as a herbalist or a miner, you are still finding quality 1 stuff. So it's not like Dragonflight where quality 1's just going to disappear. It's always going to be about, and it's always likely to then be the cheapest. It was kind of weird that you quite quickly just completely out-leveled quality 1 in Dragonflight, which is what caused that weird scenario. So let's get some more points under our belt then. We need 10 more points in here. This is focused on milling herbs, crafting inks, and crafting reagents to the best of your ability. There are a few levels, a few steps to progress through, but ultimately will end up guarantee quality 3 pigments, inks, pages. That's the goal. How hard is it going to be to get blue tools for 2 professions before the season starts? Oh, good question. I haven't spoke about this much. Pretty goddamn impossible. Each profession tool, or profession accessory, should we say, profession equipment, each piece of profession equipment at rare quality, so blue, is 300 Artisan's acuity. Now, unless you do sweaty shenanigans, you're not likely to get even enough Artisan's acuity to fill 1 profession with their blue tools, never mind 2. This is something that's a bit of a slight point of contention for me, is that if you are somebody that has 2 crafting professions on 1 character, you are going to have to prioritize one of those professions over the other. You will probably funnel all your artisan's acuity from both those 2 professions into making 1 as good as possible to begin with, which I don't like. I don't like, because it means that if people have 1 profession that they're going for on 1 character and they keep that second spot open to funnel stuff in through, that's a more optimal way of doing things, which is kind of annoying. And it's all because this Artisan's acuity is going to be a big bottleneck. Huge, great big bottleneck. Deliberately so, but it's, yeah, it's going to mean that people who funnel everything into 1 profession will be able to get much further ahead than people who have got 2 predefined, fixed crafting professions on a character. There's just lots of little things that feel as negatives towards those players who have spent a lot of time with their professions previously. If you were to make a brand new character with no professions, no past history, if you were to take a remix character and make that your main character, you've actually got a huge advantage over somebody that's had 2 professions for like an expansion or 2 and doesn't want to drop them. A huge advantage, because you have access to do things that a character that doesn't want to drop their professions doesn't have access to. So there's all these people out there talking about how impactful a racial is going to be, completely missing the fact that if you're not willing to drop your professions, that you may have 10 years of progress on, you're just scuffed. You're just going to be behind, which is annoying, slightly. Right, let's make sure I get this as detailed as possible before I move on. This is the point where quality 2 pigments and inks can be produced from quality 1 herbs. Your first 90 knowledge points should be achievable quite quickly. Step 2. Step 2 is going to be where we try and get the reagents guaranteed using quality 1 pigments. So we're going to need 10 more points, I believe, here. Make some more of these ciphers. What do I need? Need 10 more boundless ciphers. 20 more boundless ciphers. 4 inks. Yeah, the cycling through the professions and the profession treasures. That level of cheese is so advantageous. It's a little bit broken. I don't really know how I ultimately feel about it, but it's not good. It's a touch frustrating just how cheesy that feels. It was the same in Dragonflight, and they addressed it sort of, but still left the door wide open for those who are willing to do sweaty things. And those that did sweaty things definitely did sweaty things. I guess one thing that is a bit odd. Whoa, hang on. The pigment quantity's gone down. Is this still broken? This still feels broken. I was getting up to 15 pigments without speccing into it in any way, shape or form. Now I've put spec points in. It's now giving me like 12, 13 max. Are these nodes still broken? There's nothing in here that talks about yield, is there? I can't find the root cause for this, but there's definitely something weird going on here. Skill up your milling skill. That's very weird. You're comfortably able to get like 13, 14, 15 pigments to begin with, but by the time you've specced into it, it drops. I mean, sure. Sure. Out of curiosity, what happens if I go back to only being able to make quality 1? Whoa! So, look. It seems to be linked to this. It seems to be, soon as you have enough skill to get quality 2 pigments, you then 13, 13, 10, 9, 9, 10, 10, 11, 12, 13. You seem to get, because it seems to be like a bit of a tax. That because you've guaranteed quality 2 of quality 1 herbs, they seem to be taxing you pigments for the luxury. We take the tool off and only guarantee quality 1 again. You watch, it'll start spitting out 15s. Bang, straight away. Okay. Use quality 2 herbs, check if you get 15s again. Then we get 15s again. It's like a... It's kind of like there's a tax on using lower quality herbs to get higher quality pigments. Weird. It clearly shouldn't be that way. It's clearly some maths has gone wrong somewhere, but it feels odd. Bit stupid if it's intentional. Yeah, I think I agree. Something a bit weird about that. The point still stands. You can use quality 1 herbs to get quality 2 pigments. You really can't complain that much. But it is weird all the same. Shit, what was I actually trying to do? Yeah. Step 2 is to get 80. I'm going to assume 80 skill. Blue tool. Okay, so getting an extra 10 skill in here. The reason I want to get an extra 10 skill in here is because what I'm trying to now do is get ciphers at quality 2, whilst only having or the reagent, should I say, at quality 2, whilst only using quality 1 herbs. We make inks by using only quality 1 herbs. So we use quality 2, but they only cost us quality 1 to make. We are close, but we need 10 points up here, and then we need a little bit more up here. This is plus 8. If we get an extra 10 from here, that's going to give 18, which is what... Yeah, 18 is what a blue tool provides. And then an extra 10 here should cross the finish line, right? Pretty sure. I need 10 more of these, basically. Regarding the sweaty profession, flipping for treasures and things like it, I always try and remember that I'm spending my real life time. Is spending 20 hours of my real life time worth this? Plus, I don't want to risk Blizzard's slap on the hand. Yes. But the reality is that there'll be plenty of time eventually. I kind of agree with you. But also, when it comes to goal making in general, the early bird catches the worm. Like, this is why you try and optimize things as much as possible, as fast as possible. Because that's when you can make the most profit. This is why most players, or a lot of players now, will go ham on gold making for like 4 weeks. Make so much gold in those first 4 weeks of an expansion that they can sit back and basically not worry about gold for the rest of the expansion, plus end up then playing the game for free. This is why I go to this degree right at the very beginning, because it's profitable to do it. In the long run, that 20 hours of effort means basically nothing. But yeah, there is the risk versus reward for sure. Oh, I'm out of flipping fresh water again. I can't seem to go 5 minutes without running out of this fresh water. I can't find it every time. There it is. I've run out of gold. I've run out of gold. Flipping genius.
Have a good one. Interesting.
What are we missing? All ciphers. Unless you plan on playing less than 20 hours, eventually you'll reach 20 hours of play anyway, so might as well make the most out of them. Yeah, it's kind of one of those things, like, the phrase I like to use is make hay whilst the sun shines. And the sun shines very brightly at the beginning of an expansion. And so that becomes the best time to make a bunch of gold. And if you can get it done nice and early on in the expansion, then you can kind of not worry about it for the rest of it. Look at the amount of people that run around like headless chickens trying to make gold at the end of an expansion, whilst it is at its most difficult to do. Get it done nice and early, and then it's done. Like that's the concept here. Look at all of the mythic raiders, for example, that will be grinding reputation like their life depends on it in the first 2 weeks. The reason they do that is so that it's done for the rest of the expansion. And it's not clashing with anything else they're trying to do at the same time. Be enough of those. We need a few more of these. There's our 10 of these. That should hopefully get us to skill 80. Which is about the point where we might get stuck. As a scribe that's going this route. We might get stuck because we might just straight up not be able to get the last 20 points. This will now... One more craft. Boom. We're at 80. We can't go any further. The only things that are going to get us any further are going to be making sigils or making one of 3 weapons. That's the only thing that can possibly give us a skill point from this point on. And we need to do that thing 20 times as it currently stands to get to 100. So we kind of have to assume that this path of making inks and reagents sell on the auction house, you might just not get these points. You just might not get them. And if we don't get them, what can we do to fill the gap somewhere else? We can now make some shadow inks. We're making quality 2 shadow inks from quality 1 pigments. Be a nice little cost saving. We're out of pigments. And we are... Oh my god, we are disgustingly close. We literally need 10 points. Yeah, so 80 in Inscription and our blue tool is what we need. Spec. Which one is the tree that gives us the ability to make our blue tool ourselves? Is it this way? Silver tongue quill. Now we can make the silver tongues quill. Now obviously you don't need to strictly make it yourself. You could definitely get somebody else put in an order to get this made. You're still going to need to provide the materials though, but what we're looking for is we're looking at getting the +10 skill off this. Which will be an exact +10 upgrade. And now we need some Artisan's acuity.
Well, now. Hurry back.
This is an upgrade. 80 skill and a better quill. Then should be able to make quality 2 reagents using only quality 1 inks. Yep. Yep. Sorry, quality 1 herbs. Use the right phrase here. Use the right word. Step 2, 80 profession skill, blue tool and green accessories, 90 points in perfection. Let's just double check that we can now take quality 1 herbs and nothing else but quality 1 herbs. When milling it down, it's going to spit out quality 2 pigments for us in all cases. Which is definitely going to make things a bit cheaper. Those quality 2 pigments then are going to make quality 2 inks for us. Easy mode making the quality 2 inks from the quality 2 pigments. Quality 2 inks, quality 1 pigments. Those quality 2 inks can then be used with reagents with the addition of quality 1 herbs here. But we then guarantee quality 2 reagents. Nice. Nice. And I'm out of that flipping wall again. Of course I am.
Hey, how you doing?
Just buy 10,000 of this stuff and then go.
Deal.
80 profession skill, blue tool and green accessories, and 90 points of pursuit of perfection. The tool, what's it actually called? Silver tongue quill. Silver tongue quill can either be unlocked and self-crafted, or acquired via a work order. You will need 300 Artisan acuity. Make this. This step will allow crafting quality 2 reagents using nothing but quality 1 herbs. That being there's annoying me. Again. I've done it again. Inks we can self-use at Q2 only Q1 maps. Okay. So that's like step 2 to this. And then step 3 is to cap this, get these two both done. And then find 30 more points to go put in over here, I think. Was it maybe 60 odd points? Maybe even more. You're worried about not being able to drop your professions, then why not play some of the newly leveled alts first in the new expansion to be able to do the profession shuffle? Yeah, that's something that I've actually very, very heavily considered. I've heavily considered just playing new characters at the beginning of the expansion and then retroactively going back and playing my main characters once enough time has passed that it doesn't matter anymore. It's not the way I want to do it, but it might be the way I do it. It's just going to be slightly frustrating because there's going to be... Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I've thought about that as an option. It just means I'm doing it twice, which is going so totally against the entire design philosophy of warbands and stuff, that you shouldn't necessarily need to feel like you do stuff twice. But is it maybe self-inflicted problem? Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I've very much been tempted to just roll completely brand new characters at the beginning, and then once we're in patch 10.1, sorry, 11.1, maybe switch back to my mains. Just weird, but it might be a thing. So right, let's reevaluate what we got here for the reagent master. This is focused on milling herbs, crafting inks, crafting reagents to the best of your ability, to then sell on the AH for gold. There's a few steps to the process, but ultimately you'll end up being able to guarantee quality 3 pigments, inks, and reagents to sell. Your minimum requirements are going to be 70 profession skill, set of green tools, and 90 points in the pursuit of perfection. This is where quality 2 pigments and inks can be produced from quality 1 herbs. Your first 90 knowledge points should be achievable quite quickly. Step 2 is going to be getting 80 profession skill, a blue tool, and 90 points in pursuit of perfection. No difference there. The silver tongue quill can either be unlocked and self-crafted or acquired via a work order. You'll need 300 artisan security to make this. This will allow for quality 2 reagents using nothing more than quality 1 herbs. The inks we can self-produce at quality 2 using only quality 1 materials. So this should then be quite a cost saving on producing these. Then we go... Now the question is at this point, do we try and then stack everything in our favor? Start guaranteeing quality 3 using quality 3 inks? Or do we try and produce quality 2 inks, herbs, reagents as cheaply as possible? Because there's 2 paths we could go now. We could either say that we want to push to guarantee quality 3 with quality 3 materials, or we could go the optimization route on quality 2, knowing full well that pushing to get quality 3 guaranteed is going to require these last 20 points, which is going to be borderline impossible. It's going to require us to upgrade both of these to blue tools as well, which is going to need another 600 artisan security. And it won't matter until we get this filled. And our choices of filling this as a scribe are not good. Sigils or weapon crafts only. Which, interestingly, we would need to put points in here to even unlock those recipes now. So maybe self-crafting this is not a great idea. And you need that skill 100 to even unlock the dark mode. So you can't even unlock the... Oh my god, yeah. Scribes are just... You are absolutely screwed. You can't unlock any of these going this route. Because you need to put points in here. You obviously need to put points in here. Yeah, unlocking this was the wrong choice. You are gonna absolutely need... You're going to need another scribe to craft that for you. Because you need this unlock something that might possibly get you to skill 100. This is one of those scenarios, right, where you could actually... Your profession is now bricked. This is a scenario where you are bricked, by the way. There is nothing that I can do to gain a skill point to get past skill 80 with what I currently have. And yeah, the profession's bricked. There's no solution to this. Can't unlock this because it needs 100 skill points, which means I can't unlock a sigil. I can't... Well, it's not bricked. I have to put 10 points. How many points in here? I have to put a full 30 points in this node to unlock this. A full 30 points here to unlock this, which will then allow me to unlock the Careful Crutch or the Vagabond Torch. The freely being able to craft a tool suddenly isn't that free anymore. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's not a freebie anymore, is it? When you suddenly realise that it's completely scuffed you. Where are you going to get the 30 points from? Well, you'll get the 30 knowledge points by just doing your weekly knowledge point stuff. Yeah, the point stands is I can't craft anything that's going to give me a skill point, and 2, I can't unlock anything that's going to give me a skill point. So, like, having these be unlocked at 25, 50, 75, and 100 is one of the main problems. Because if we could unlock this at 80, then it wouldn't be too much of an issue. Other than if I accidentally went runic research like an idiot and didn't go into one of these. There's still too many ways for you to accidentally completely 100% lock yourself out of being able to get to the top of the tree. You need something simple that's going to take you to skill 100. Unless, and this is what I've been arguing about patron orders all the time, unless one of the rewards from these is a knowledge point. Sorry, a skill point. I think every single order you fill would give you a skill point. Because that's your only real get out of jail free card here. Is that those last 20 points are going to be a pain in the ass. Well, at least I can do 20 NPC orders. If I fill 20 orders, then I'll get 1 point for each order I do. That's your sort of safety net for the professions right now. But it doesn't seem to be the case. If I filter out the ones I don't have the recipe for, you provide all the materials. All right, well, we'll do that. Start order. Order requires minimum quality 2. Of course it does. Have some concentrate. Go. What should have happened there is we should have gained a skill point, regardless. If they just made it so every patron order gives you a skill point, so many of these problems would disappear. Every order you fill is one of your points in your profession. All of the problems go away. And the rest of the balancing doesn't need to happen. Because you could trade in some concentration, some of your materials when needed, to get these last 20 points when your other options are slim to none. Got a glimmer. Got a flicker for some knowledge points. We got 2 bags. They changed what's in these by chance? 2 Orbinid and a crafting license. Bismuth. Increases skill by 5. The only other option, maybe, is using Bottled Brilliance. Increase the chance to gain a skill point by 20%. But what if the chance is 0 to begin with? What was the reason to unlock the far left tree? Well, unlocking the far left tree is where we're going to go next, because this improves your resourcefulness, your multi-craft, and your ingenuity. So now you're going to get to the point where you're going to start putting points in here predominantly to gain those secondary stats to optimize your crafting costs of these things. This is where we're going next. This is the next place you're going to put points in. Now, yeah, you could argue that don't unlock this and then do it the right way, but as has been proven, it's very easy to accidentally go wrong with no way to rectify the situation. This might be a good time to test bottled brilliance. Can you use bottled brilliance on something that is not going to give you any skill and make it give you skill? A skill point. Is bottled brilliance meant to be the get out of jail free card here? Who makes these? Engineers. Let's log on my engineer and make a bunch of these. In fact, do they sell them on a vendor? Possibility, do they make them on a vendor?
The winds guide you.
Welcome, friend.
I don't think any of the finishing reagents are on any of these vendors, but quickly check.
How may I aid you?
Greetings, traveler. Walk with the earth.
No.
Got anything for me?
Okay. We jump on our engineer then. If bottled brilliance can sometimes give you a skill point, even on a recipe that is not meant to give you any skill points at all, because 40% of 0 is, you know, a 40% increase from 0 is still 0. We need them to work on something that is grey and isn't meant to give you a skill point anyway. Are you my fully maxed out engineer? I think you are.
Looking for something special?
Bottle brilliance. Vials, crystalline powders, ley line residues. Make 10 of these. Shit, what was I looking at then?
On business with ya.
Gilded vials, that's the one I need.
Hey, how you doing?
Somewhere. Oh, it only gives me quality 1 gilded vials on the vendor. God, Blizzard, you go and make it easy for me, and then at the same time you make it as hard as possible.
If you ever need anything,
Bottle brilliance. Would have mercy. I could log on to my Jewel Crafter and make some quality 3. No, press the concentrate button. Can I use a bottle brilliance on a bottle brilliance? I mean, I can technically, but it's totally stupid. Concentrate, create all, go. Oh, chaos circuits have changed. Oh, some of the icons have changed. Look, safety switches, entropy enhancers, and chaos circuits. Their icons have changed. Spotting more things every day. Are we out of concentration? Boop. Fix that problem. Let's make some at quality 2 anyway, just for testing. And the irony is I can't make them at quality 1, even if I try. Two. Right, send those over. Let's try these. Don't disconnect me, don't disconnect me, don't disconnect me. Disconnected. Does the alchemy bag give Q3 vials? The alchemy bag? I can't remember what the alchemy bag does.
Greetings.
Increases the chance an Algari experimentation discovers a new recipe by 1%. Oh, you meant this bag. Good question. It might have done actually. I didn't think of that. Right. What is the odds then that we make? This is a 40% chance to gain a. It increases the chance to gain a skill point by 40%. What happens if we use that on something that isn't meant to give us... Why is it there twice? Why? I wonder if that does anything to give us a skill point on something that otherwise wouldn't give us a skill point. Is it just literally going in the bin? Yeah, 40% increase on 0 is still 0. So Bottle Brilliance isn't your get out of jail free card. So yeah, you're still a bit stuck, really. Those bottle brilliants, all they're going to do really is take an item that is like green and maybe make it yellow, or make it yellow and make it orange. That still doesn't help the fact that 40% of 0 is still 0. Well, at least we put that theory to bed. So yeah, you are just kind of bricked, aren't you? Unlocking this and then unlocking this to go in this direction has completely bricked you. I guess it's probably because what there needs to be a couple of recipes. This is what they've done on some of the other professions. They've made a couple of recipes that you go out into the world and get, whether it be a dungeon drop or the theatre event or from delves, or ultimately something that will be like sold on the auction house. There are other ways, but Inscription at the moment has got so few options to get to skill 100, and all of them come through your spec trees. There needs to be something you go out and pick up by doing something that can get you out of this sticky situation. Because right now, the only way out of this kind of dead end that we're stuck in is to spend 30 points in here to unlock this node. Requires 30 points in careful carvings to learn. And then when we unlock this, we can unlock the Vagabond's Careful Crutch, or we can unlock the Vagabond's Torch. And then, because we won't be able to make either of these particularly well, let's not forget, Careful Crutch or the Torch, they're both spark bits of gear. We're going to somehow have to magically pray and hope for 20 orders to come our way that we can fill. Now, you're not going to do that prior to Season 1 because they require sparks. You'd have to hope that your NPC orders come through. Vagabond's Careful Crutch. We have one order for this. But look, even though we've got an NPC order for this, it requires quality 4. Even if we unlock this, we have no chance we're getting to quality 4 on this bad boy. So yeah, people are going to just be stuck between a rock and a hard place. That's going to feel really bad. Is it just Inscription that suffers from this problem? Inscription seems to be suffering from it the worst, but it's not unique to Inscription. Other professions have very similar issues. If you choose to spec in a certain direction, or you accidentally unlock 3 trees when it's the 4th one that you really should have to get the recipe that allows you to get to skill 100. If you, for whatever reason, don't pick the right trees, like here, it's not impossible to accidentally just basically block yourself into a direction you can't get out of. In Dragonflight, my only way to unbrick my scribe was a rare drop recipe. Yeah, there's not even that option now, because there isn't a rare drop recipe. The only recipes that are going to give skill are the Darkmoon Sigils and these 3, which all come from the spec trees. And I can't unlock these in a spec tree without either spending 30 points here to unlock one of these, and I can't unlock the archival editions because it requires 100 skill, which is, you know, a circular problem. Patron orders. Every patron order should give us skill point, in my opinion. That's the easiest fix, and I don't think it's overpowered, and I don't think it's particularly broken. But I think every patron order should give you a skill point guaranteed. Alts with the same profession builds, just hoping for the right NPC orders to come through on one to get maximum knowledge. Maybe. A WoW partner now. Leave feedback to Blizzard. Oh, I will. I will. I just wanted to see it firsthand to make sure that I can sort of say, in this scenario, you are bricked. Definitive examples are the only way that things like this get fixed. If you just broadly, generally say that getting to skill 100 is too hard, they just, you know, all right, we'll look at that another day. But if I can turn around and say, if you do this with Inscription, you physically cannot get to skill 100, that's going to that's going to set a red flag that they need to fix something. According to Wowhead, the sigils should go to skill 100. Yeah, they do. They do. You can take these all the way to 100. The problem is as of right now, it's increasingly difficult to unlock these. You don't need any knowledge points to unlock at least one. No, you're right. You need access to the tree. You need access to the tree. And if you've somehow, dare I say, gone the route of unlocking your profession tool to craft it yourself instead of finding somebody else to do it, you then have to put 30 points in here to go this way. And I can't unlock this tree because I need 100 skill to unlock it. This is my point. It's very easy to accidentally put yourself in a position you can't get out of. And the thing is, right, is I've accidentally done this. I've accidentally done it on the test realms. Which is frustrating. But you imagine you accidentally do this on the live realms. You're going to be furious. Absolutely furious. Suggest a timed currency to refresh the patron orders. They get updated similar to world quests. So every 3 days there'll be new ones appearing. And as you see, the duration of them is up to 7 days. So you'll get new ones every 3 days, but most of them will last 7 days. So you'll have a week to fill them from when they turn up, and they will like somewhat slowly cycle through that way. But yeah, there is too much RNG to this, I agree. Right. Few months of Dark Moon fairs, or for the plus 2 each time. 10 months of Dark Moon fair to get you out of a sticky situation. Honestly, if I found myself in this position, in fact, even dropping your profession and picking it back up again wouldn't fix anything. Yeah, you have absolutely no choice but to put 30 points in here. I'd have to put 30 points in here, because that's the amount needed to unlock this tree. Right, we have to put 30 points in there. We get to unlock this. Woo, great, excellent. We get to unlock this. Then we can choose to get Vagabond's Careful Crutch or Vagabond's Torch. Now, you'd argue that the Staves is the best one because you only then put 5 more points into it. And you've got this. You've got 2 recipes. You've had to spend 35 knowledge points to get yourself out of a sticky situation. And that isn't that still hasn't actually fixed your problem. Because all that's done is given you access to 2 things that you could potentially craft, but you haven't specced into making these particularly well. You're not going to be particularly fantastic at making these. You can make some quality 2 codified greenwood yourself. How many do you need to make one of these? 25 a piece. Holy sugar plum fairies. Yeah, you're just going to have to hope and pray that you can get some public orders on these. Or a crafting order that comes along, like this one. Provided all of the materials, but provided quality 1 materials again. And wants a prismatic nullstone on it. And has increased the recipe difficulty even more. Even the fact that you've got the recipe, you can't make. There's nothing you can do here to get this at quality 4. You can concentrate to get it to quality 3, but you still. So even though the recipe's here, you still can't back yourself out of the corner. And let's not forget, you'd need 20 of these orders to fill this. It's busted. It's broken. That's horrible. Okay. It's horrible. How do I address this? How do we put some constructive feedback in for this? Might be useful. That patron order's actually comical. It seems to be a pattern, you know, whenever they provide all of the materials, they only ever provide quality 1 materials. And I think I somewhat know why. But it doesn't help people's case, right? The argument for them only providing quality 1 materials is that otherwise you'd have people using resourcefulness tool and harvesting free quality 3 materials. But it doesn't help your case when it comes to actually filling the goddamn order in the first place. I have noticed a pattern that any time they provide all the materials, they're only ever quality 1. Concentrate bait. That's what these are. Concentrate bait. Luckily, the 2 we have here are not for things that have any quality requirements anyway, but the orders that are actually best for you to be able to complete are the ones that provide no materials, but then, of course, they're going to be at the most cost for you, which is... Yeah, there's just too much random here. They mirror public orders in a way. Oh, they do! Yeah, they're more like public orders than they are anything else. And the problem with public orders was they were bullshit in the first place. The reason we have the patron order system is because public orders couldn't be relied on. What we basically have is we have 2 public order lists now. That's basically what it is. We have 2 public order lists. We have ones for real people and we have ones for fake people. But your likelihood of filling the orders is about the same. The only saving grace is that there is some reason for you to play around in here and try a little bit harder. Think about in the long 5 weeks which they have to surely nail all of this. I don't know. Here's to hoping. Should be an option to replace their provided reagents, so at least you have a choice to use your own. I agree. That would make things a lot easier. But alternatively, maybe they should just, you know, pull their finger out and do it properly. Pull their finger out, do it properly. You know, this is my perspective on the patron orders is that it's meant to be a system to help you, right? And it seems to do more to frustrate you than it does to help you. I know it's a, you know, a kiss-curse thing. If it's going to reward you with knowledge points, if it's going to reward you with Artisan's acuity, you know, there's got to be some drawback to that. But the drawback is too heavy. It's too cursey and not kissy enough. Me still. Way too random. Especially at the beginning. It's upside down, right? The patron order system only gets easier the more skilled you are as a crafter. But the more skilled you are as a crafter, the less you require the patron order system. It should be at its most useful to you while you're at your weakest, because then it's there to help you. Its usefulness should deteriorate over time as you need it less, which is why I still think the whole thing feels a little bit backwards and upside down. And the only reason that's the case is because it's too random. Too random. They should have put smart orders in here. Some of the orders should be smart enough to say, right, okay, what does the player have? What does the player have that's going to give them a skill point? Right, we should make sure that there's always a couple of those orders in play. Okay, the players behind curve on knowledge points. Let's make sure we make sure that they can fill some more orders to play catch up on the knowledge points. The drawback should be that it's a limited amount of orders. This isn't going to break the economy. Well, yeah, yeah, that's a good point. That's the good point. The curse aspect of it should be the fact that, well, there's only so many of them that you can do. And that's what Blizzard can actively control. Blizzard can actively control how many of these freebie orders are thrown your way to help you get out of a sticky situation. It shouldn't be that they give you 13 orders, and then by the time you filter out the ones you don't have the recipes for, and filter out the ones you can't reach the quality for, and then filter out the ones that don't provide any materials and are going to be astronomically expensive for you to fill in the first place, you very quickly take a list of 10, and it's like maybe 2 or 3 if you're lucky. Patron orders are no better than just making a personal order for your alt. Oh, for the weekly quests, for the fill X amount of work orders per week, I will still 100% do that with just like my alts. That's not going to change for me. The only time I'm going to look at this is to get Artisan acuity, honestly. But then once I've got enough Artisan acuity, practically ignore this. Which is why I don't really understand why it exists. If it's a system that's meant to help you, it needs to be helpful. And I don't think it's actually going to be that helpful. It paints a pretty picture. It looks like oh, look at all of these artisans' knowledge. Look at all of look at all of these knowledge points. Look at all of this artisan security it's going to give you. Oh, fantastic. This is a great improvement. But the harsh reality is that you are unlikely to be able to fill much of this. It's not going to actually be that helpful. You're going to look at a list of things and be like, well, I can't do that one. Can't do that one. That's going to cost me 50k. I'm not doing that one. Oh, I don't have the recipe for that one. Yeah. Public Orders 2.0. Anyway, I think I have done as much as I can do with Inscription today to, test and poke around. We didn't end up where I expected to, which is stuck down a path that seems to have no conclusion to it. For the purpose of testing here, and for the purpose of finishing off this little mini guide, reagent master approach, the thing that we are going to need is we're going to need these. Let's assume something comes along as a way to get these. Let's assume we can get these 2 tools in place, which I can't right now, actually, can I? Because orders don't work. Is it these 90 points that we care about next? Improve your ingenuity when crafting inscription recipes. Yeah, then you work on this tree. 30, 60, 90, 120. So, stage 3 of the process. Step 3 is working towards filling you're also going to need, thinking about it, is 100 profession skill. What do we say? 30, 60, 90, 120. Working towards filling the pursuit of knowledge tree will improve your craft. Reduce. Does, out of curiosity, does milling only benefits from ingenuity by the looks of things? No, sorry, lie, resourcefulness. Resourcefulness. Inks benefit from multi-craft. Reagents benefit from multi-craft. So you actually want to go... let's take this. Want to go... This is flat everything. 15, 15, 15. This gives you a huge amounts of stats all the way through. So you want to fill this counterclockwise. You want to fill the main node, because that's going to give you a little bit of everything. You're then going to want to fill the multitasking one. Then the detail-oriented for resourcefulness. And finally, you're going to want to put points in ingenuity. What you actually want to do, you want to go... filling counterclockwise. Working towards filling the pursuit of knowledge spectre will reduce your crafting costs on pigments, inks, and reagents. You will want to fill the nodes in a anti-clockwise direction. It is clockwise. Well spotted. You want to fill the nodes in a clockwise direction. Since multi-craft more valuable than resourcefulness. Since multi-craft is more valuable than resourcefulness or ingenuity. People just have to believe me on that one. There's a reason why. Anti-clockwise is also known as counterclockwise. True, true. Luckily, it's clockwise, so we don't have to worry. Should I sub on Patreon or Twitch to get the guide? Patreon is the only place that's available so far. Any plans to link the Goblin Guy to Twitch subs? I don't really want to push people into higher tier Twitch subs. I'm gonna let you into a little secret. Twitch steals a huge amount of the revenue. In fact, Twitch steals 50% of the revenue. Patreon takes like 10 to 15%, which is why I'm more likely to put things like this on Patreon first. If they eventually end up to Twitch subs, sure. But I would, considering this is something that I like to offer back for those people who financially support me and the channel and the content that we produce. I would rather that come through Patreon to me than come through Twitch to me. You know, full transparency here. That's not to say that things, you know, that's not to say that I'm not valuing Twitch subs and primes and that sort of stuff, but I'm just trying to give you the full picture, you know. Push for Creator Plus. Even the best case scenario on Twitch, it's a 70-30 split. And that's only after I've made Twitch an awful lot of money. War Within guide will be included in Twitch subs on the release of the Midnight expansion. Probably not, no. Very funny. Very funny. But I think that's kind of the concept here. You're then going to want to push to max out everything. Blue tools and accessories, 100 profession skill points, and then a further 120 points in this tree to fully optimize everything. Now, I can't easily simulate that on this character because I can't get the tools. What I can then do is show what that looks like on my other scribe. This dude who's got full tools already. Grab the screenshots from. So this has got the full tools and accessories. This is fully leveled up. And this tree is full. That will in essence showcase that when milling, you can take quality 1 herbs. We've already got to the point where quality 1 gives us quality 2 stuff. We have over here, quality 2 can be concentrated into to get quality 3, but more importantly, quality 3 herbs and quality 3 pigments will guarantee quality 3 inks. Hang on, boys and girls. Okay. Wife's gone to get her nails done. Yeah, now we can guarantee quality 3 inks. We can guarantee from quality 3 pigments. We can get those quality 3 pigments either by concentrating on quality 2 herbs, which is probably going to be our useful concentration at that point, I would guess. Or alternatively, yeah, where's going to be our best use of concentration at this point? That's a fully decked out scribe looking to make inks and stuff, you would probably... Anytime you mill quality 3 herbs, yes, you'll guarantee quality 3 pigments, but it's going to get quite expensive. What you want to be able to do is use quality 2 pigments to make quality 3 inks. But yeah, you're not going to be able to make a lot, are you? You're really not going to be able to make a lot. You probably want to use your concentration on the highest tier thing. You're going to have to take quality 3 herbs to guarantee quality 3 pigments. Those quality 3 pigments will then guarantee you quality 3 inks, which then allows you to use quality 2 over here with your concentration. Which isn't really a massive saving, is it? Or, if nothing else, it allows you to guarantee quality 3 reagents as well. Can't wait to tell my client who wants to change their stats, hey mate, I can't downgrade because I don't have the concentration. Crafters are going to have to take the approach of you provide quality 3 mats so I don't press the button. Crafters are going to have to do that. Because the downgrade from quality 3 down to quality 2 is astronomical. These numbers don't seem right. That should say 0 technically. No one's going to craft with Q2. Yeah, if an order comes in with Q2, it's going to just get sent back. Like, quite simply. For literally anything, it'll just get sent back. It's the whole reason I've hated the order system and spark system since launch. Just take the buyer out of the crafting equation entirely. Again, please, and let us put crafts on the auction house. They've both, you know, they've simplified the work order system from the buyer's perspective. Yet it's gonna cause, there's still gonna be quite some friction there. Look how often in Dragonflight crafters wanted to use quality 1 and quality 2 materials for their order. Like, you would do the trade chat thing, right? You'd do the trade chat thing. You'd be like, yeah, I can craft this for you at this quality. It's this much. Right, okay, we've done that bit. Fine. Go, like, now the buyer has to go put their order in. In going and putting their order in, they have to first buy some materials. And when they go to buy the materials at the auction house, they see that the quality 3 materials are going to add up to 10,000 gold, but the quality 2 materials are only going to add up to 5,000 gold. So they think they'll save themselves 5,000 gold and they'll buy the quality 2 materials. They'll then take those, put the order in. They'll put the order in and send it off to the crafter. The crafter will then see it and go, no, 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 Sonny Jim. I'm only doing this with quality 3 materials. And they'll be like, well, it's 5,000 gold more expensive for quality 3 materials. And the crafter will be like, I know. And it's going to once again be looking as if the crafters are the, you know, the bad guys in this situation. When the reality is that, well, that's the game, right? Like, this is why I've had the opinion for quite some time that any form of order should not require the player to provide anything. I'm entirely of the belief that that should be the crafters thing, right? Like, the crafter should be in charge of all of this. It doesn't make any sense for me for the buyer of a thing who's putting in an order for a thing to have to also then go and get all of the materials that goes into it. It's illogical and unnecessary, I feel. If for example that, you know, somebody is looking to get a piece of gear ordered, like I guess it still falls back to the fact that I view it as a custom order system. I still feel like it's trying to be something that it's still not. The reason we have the system in the first place is because at the tail end of Shadowlands, they developed this system where you could start to customize your gear more heavily with things like optional reagents. And the problem that generated was that crafters had to make 10 different variations of a thing and put all 10 of them on the auction house so that whoever came along and wanted each different variation of it could get the one that they wanted. So they're like, well, we'll make the work order system so the buyer can come along and say up front, I want this piece of gear with these secondary stats and at this, you know, tier banding. I want it at heroic item level. I want it this way. I want these 3 customizations. And then the crafter could see that order and make that order and everybody's happy. But at no point should the person who places that custom order have to understand the intricacies of the crafting system to be able to do it. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. If they understood the intricacies of the crafting system, they'd have probably done it themselves on an alt already. The fact that they're coming to you, your expertise, and then you're saying, I have no expertise, you just got to give me this, this, and this. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It's unnecessary friction that nobody needs, nobody asked for. Imagine you come into a bakery and give them your materials to make them the bread you want. Yeah, you can look at it very simply like that. There needs to be one variable, one defining variable that, you know, trumps all other variables. And we have that. It's called gold, right? It's real simple. It's how the rest of the world has worked for millennia. You know, I will trade you this thing for the currency that you possess. They get mad because technically just pressing a button and then they're buying all the mats. And then you have the audacity to charge a tip on top. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it makes crafters look like the bad guys all day long. The audacity. Concentration will help. Concentration will help because it's the justification from a crafter's side of things, right? A crafter can turn around and go, no, you can't give me quality 2 materials. You can't give me quality 2 materials. And I'll tell you why you can't give me quality 2 materials. Because then it's going to take 500 concentration for me to fill this order for you. I'll press that button. But if I press the button for you, it means I can't press the button for anybody else. And if I press the button for you and you pay me 500 gold, well, I'm done for the day. I didn't level all of this up to be a charity. And in some cases, you just physically won't have the concentration. You actually won't have the concentration to be able to fill the order with quality 2 materials because you'll have spent your concentration making the intermediate items and will have sold those on the auction house. I think most crafters are going to quite quickly realize that when it comes to crafting gear for other people, that's not where you use your concentration. Your concentration is going to go into all of the intermediates, all of the reagents, all of the other little bits and pieces. Because a crafter will be able to see 1,000 concentration equals X amount of profit. And they'll burn this, and then they'll put those items on the auction house and they'll make a bit of profit. When it comes to crafting gear for other people, this is where some of the power is slowly coming back to the crafter. Because it'll be a real simple scenario. You give me the best quality materials, or you don't get your thing. Like, that's the system here. The crafters will spend their time trying to make those quality 3 reagents to put them on the auction house. and then it's the requirement of the buyer to go buy those quality 3 reagents and give them back to us to create the thing that they want. So if you don't give us quality 3 mats, we don't have the concentration, so we physically can't make the thing for you, is probably the way that's going to end up. Or people do all of this themselves. You can be entirely self-sufficient if you wanted to be, but I don't think anybody's going to do that. But if we look at something that's maybe a little bit more like gear profession-y, leatherworking or blacksmith, where you have some difficult to craft intermediates, and you also have a lot of gear that people want crafted. You know, a profession that's quite heavily focused towards filling orders for other people, making gear for others. Leatherworking is like almost top of that tree. Leatherworkers are going to probably look at using most of their concentration making these intermediate, like the different hides and stuff at different qualities. If you want to start making a bunch of crystal fused hides at top quality, you can come along and you can say, right, I'm going to use my concentration here for the day, make some quality 3s, get those listed on the auction house. That's where your concentration is going to go. But then when it comes to crafting something for somebody else, if they turn up with all quality 3 materials and want quality 5, no problem. Can do, no issue. We can make that, no problem whatsoever. If they turn up with quality 2s, oh, true to fashion, I'm not going to be able to simulate this very well, am I? Yeah, of course I can't. If they turn up with quality 2s and you then can't craft it at quality 5 for them, I don't know. It's just friction where friction isn't needed. So many people are still going to scream and shout for the old school way. Why can't crafters just craft things and put them on the auction house? People will eventually learn that nobody fills their order if they put up crap materials. The difficulty is that public orders also will be like... public orders, you still can't specify quality on a public order. So, yes, if you put up crap materials and put it out for public order, it will turn up crap. You won't even sometimes get lucky with a good crafter. If you put a public order in with crap materials, crap in, crap out. There's also a risk with public orders that if you put top quality materials in, you'll still get crap out because it will get filled by somebody that can't guarantee quality 5 and they won't press their concentration button. There is so little reason for people to use the public order system going forward. So little reason. Hence why patron orders now exist. I think eventually we'll just attribute gold per concentration, 100 gold per concentration, etc. I suspect it won't be too long before an add-on does this. Because an add-on like Craft Sim or even TSM or something could quite quickly calculate, well, what is the value of your concentration if used on X, Y, or Z recipe. You could cycle through, and something like Craft Sim could easily tell you that this makes X amount of gold per concentration, and you just hunt down the recipe that makes you the most gold per concentration and then spend it there. For a very quick and easy way to generate some gold via the concentration. And then when it comes to crafting gear, you guarantee what you can guarantee. I don't think you're really going to be using concentration on work orders that much. Even classes that, or professions, that are focused on making gear. It's going to be a real simple rule. You provide quality 3 for a work order, and the crafter does everything in their power to make it at top quality. And, you know, if somebody turns up and gives you quality 2 trash instead, then, well, you're not going to be able to get it at top quality. Just swapping out, like, one thing here, look. Just to show the difference it takes, you swap out your crystal fused hide in quality 3, where you can where a leather worker can guarantee it at top quality. You swap this one component out, you cheap out in one spot, and then all of a sudden that crafter has to use an entire day's worth of concentration to make it a quality 5 for somebody. That ain't never happening. That 500 concentration used somewhere else could be worth tens of thousands of gold early in the season. There ain't no way it's happening. Quality 3 mats or the order doesn't get filled. T5 sword is going to take 500 concentration with top quality mats. I want 50k for the concentration and 50k for the craft. But yeah, this is also pointing out, this is the scenario once you're like pretty much fully spec'd. And this isn't exact, I'm missing 20 points here by tools, but... It gets from quick and easy to pretty comprehensive when you consider all of the intermediate materials and the concentration values that would make the better quality on the resulting materials. Q3 mats are going to be expensive as well. This is going to be one of the bigger problems. So many people, so many buyers of gear will look to cheap out on Q2 mats because Q2 mats will be so much cheaper than Q3 mats. So much cheaper, and I mean by a multiple in some cases, because a quality 3 material, a crystal fused hide at quality 3 here, we look at crystal fused hide, we go back one step even, a crystal fused hide to make that at quality 3 is going to require a leather worker that's spec'd into doing that, and it's also going to require that leather worker to either be using quality 3 materials themselves or quality 2 materials and an awful lot of their concentration, meaning that not many quality 3 can be crafted at a reasonable rate very quickly. Carapace backed hide is an intermediate in and of itself. So carapace backed hide, if we go back a step again, is going to need quality 3 thunderous hides, which are a gathered material, and quality 3 sunless carapace, two skinning reagents at quality 3 to make the quality 3 intermediate. You cheap out here or you cheap out here, and all of a sudden you've got to start using a lot of concentration, and the amount that you can make is limited. So it's like multi-layer concentration usage potentially, meaning that this one crystal fused hide at top quality is going to be expensive because it's had a lot of concentration put into it. Or a multitude of very skilled leather workers to make these. And not to mention that on the auction house, these reagents at quality 3 are going to be prime candidate for big goblins to reset the prices on them on like reset day. Prime candidates. It's going to be fun. It's going to be expensive. If you want the best gear, I tell you what, the start of the War Within, if you want the best gear with the best gems, with the best enchants, and you want to be using the best buffs, you want the best consumables, it's going to cost you an arm and a leg. It's not that you won't be able to do it, it'll just be very expensive. Very expensive. It was bad enough in Season 1 of Dragonflight having 100k enchants. Your weapon enchant was 100k. Your gems, quality 3 diamonds were 30k a piece at one point. That was just, you know, that was two oddball situations. Imagine when everything at top quality is like 50k plus. What was it we looked at the other day? We looked at blacksmithing when I napkin mathed the fact that the top tier ingots with blacksmithing could easily cost 10k a piece. Easily. And you need like 15 of them to make a piece of gear. It's not going to be cheap. It's like compounding interest for anybody that is interested in like finances out in the real world. Like compounding interest that when crafters have to use concentration to make the basic materials, and then somebody has to take those basic materials that have had concentration used on them to make the next tier of materials, and then those next tier of materials go into making the end game piece of gear. Like the stacking amount of concentration that's needed all the way through the production chain is going to add up really quickly. I can't wait, you know. It's going to be really funny to see what happens. It's going to be funny because I suspect things are going to be ludicrously expensive. But we'll see. We'll see. You research any of the gathering professions yet? I've not looked too much into gathering, other than knowing that acquiring quality 3 materials is going to be hard to do. And in many cases, I suspect in Season 1, gathering has the ability to take 5 quality 1 and turn it into quality 2, and 5 quality 2 and turn it into quality 3. So in essence, you take 25 quality 1 herbs and ore to make 1 quality 3 variation. Because actually farming them is not super reliable. But none of that really matters all that much, because those basic materials, even if the basic materials are easy to come by at quality 3, it's still going to take a very skilled crafter to make the intermediate materials at quality 3, which is unlikely to happen. There'll be a long period of time, especially for a good part of Season 1, even if you have quality 3 raw materials, herbs or skin, even if you have quality 3 basic materials, you will still need to use concentration to make the quality 3 intermediate materials. And it's those intermediate materials that then go into the end products. So even if they tweak the gathering numbers to make quality 3 easier, it's not going to make a blind bit of difference, because people are still going to need concentration to make the intermediates. Which is where the price will kick in. Because crafters will be trying to charge as much as they can get away with for their concentration, and it will be, you know, hard limited. It's going to be fun. A lot of gold for gatherers as well. It actually puts a bit of a ceiling on the profitability of gatherers. The ceiling's quite high, so it'll be fine. It'll be fine. You'll still make loads of gold if you go gathering. But, boys and girls, I'm going to leave it there for today. I got some notes to write up. I think I have some feedback to send Blizzard's way about how Inscription is just broken once you get to the end of it, which I hope they already know. I hope it's something that's being addressed already, but we'll see, we'll see. We'll be back tomorrow. I have no idea what we're doing tomorrow. We might actually look at spending some time in the open world tomorrow, rather than just standing in Orgrimmar playing with profession trainers. As fun as this can be. Thank you all for watching. Come say hi over on the Discord if you're not there already. And of course, if you are interested in getting access to all of my goblinry notes. Oh, I can't even spell. Okay. The guide is now available. What you can see me working on all the time. This is available. It's currently it's a gold goblin perk over my Patreon, but it's, you know, it's nearly 300 pages of notes on all of the Dragon War Within stuff. So check it out. Check it out if you're intrigued. If you're interested. But Enjoy the rest of your day, boys and girls. We'll be back tomorrow. Have a good one. I'll see you next time. Peace.